appointee for Buffalo's Gold Mine.
Morning, I'm Dirk van Zyl. I'm also from Buffelsfontein Gold Mine.
Thank you so much. Are you the only one who's going to testify? Okay, may I please have you stand so that we can administer the oath or the affirmation. And we're just going to interchangeably switch on and off. So you can have it on you. I think it will work much better in that way. If you can state your full names for the record as well as your age.
Willem Adrian van den Berg, age 56.
Thank you. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The oath, please.
Thank you. Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat. I suppose you do have a presentation that you're going to take us through, and then the questions would follow thereafter.
No, there's no presentation, so I'm open for questions if needed.
Are we ready, colleagues? Mr. Mudise, over to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Van den Berg, may I ask, out of interest, perhaps to advise us, why don't you have a presentation today?
There you go. Mr. Van der Berg is the one that has been sworn in, so he's the one who must respond. So at this stage, Mr. Van der Berg, would you like us to adjourn so that we can sort out issues around your representation?
I haven't made a presentation. I was not aware that I should have a presentation made to this inquiry.
No, I'm talking about the lady who was who wanted to speak. Is she in any way related to you?
She's my legal advisor.
All right, seeing that she might have been delayed and that is why she came late, we are going to adjourn for 5 minutes and so that we can just ensure that that is sorted out, because the first question that has been posed to you is, why is your legal rep not here? So that we can find out if she's going to also take the stand with you. So we're going to adjourn for 5 minutes. Just going to check my time. It's 8:42. We're going to stand down until 8:47. It was unprofessional and unethical of you, madam, to just stand in the middle of the proceedings. It's important that you respect this forum in the manner that it is constituted. You cannot just speak at any time. So I hope you understand that. My two fellow panelists also echo the same sentiments, and really they are disturbed by that behavior. So going forward, Mr. van der Berg, can I just confirm with you the oath that you took earlier on, still binding on your conscience?
Agree.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mbisa, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Commissioner, I must also place it on record at the request of legal representatives of the mine that they were told that the proceedings will start at 9, and therefore they've been waiting outside. And as a result of that, if they knew that we were going to start earlier, they would be in here. So they just wanted us to convey that to the, not that they are late or they wanted to come late. Yes, that's what I wanted to convey.
Okay, we then accept that. So there is a notice that they have that depicts 9 o'clock.
I'm not aware of that, Commissioner. The discussions that we had just outside, as we were requested to engage with them, we only learned that when they discussed it with us.
Okay, the issue around the time, obviously, we have been studying it at 8:30. I don't know where they would have gotten the 9 from, but for us, it was just the communication. They know who they've been communicating with. They've been communicating with the acting head of legal, and that's where they should have gone to, so that they can raise any issue that they have. They should have done that. It was unethical and unprofessional of them to want to speak whilst the proceedings were ongoing. So that is the only issue that we have, and let us leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Van der Berg, I asked you a question before a short adjournment, and it's just an open question as to why have you not prepared a presentation, or as you are seated there, why are you not giving the Commission a presentation, whether an oral one?
As per my previous answer, I was not aware that the opening statement had to be made by myself. Let's conclude my answer on that.
All right. Can you, for the record, Mr. Van der Berg, tell the Commission what is your role here and what is your position at Bevelfontein Mine?
Yeah, I carry the 4.1 appointment for BGM, which is Buffels Gold Mine. The mine ceased in any operation in 2013 to 2015. Then the mine started with rehabilitation since 2015 up to the COVID epidemic. Then after the COVID epidemic, rehabilitation started again, stop-start, as I may say, because there was some disagreement between the then DMRE and Buffels Gold Mine. I was not part of that during the time. I only have this appointment since 31 March 2023. All rehabilitation stopped after 2022 because of this disagreement between the two parties. And then in 2024, myself, the regional manager, and my CFO, we had a meeting whereby we said that we can't leave this like this. And then we write a letter to the DMRE, and we notice the DMRE that can we please continue with the rehabilitation, because this is now getting becoming a problem. And as I must also say that during the COVID time, because of the hardship in the communities, illegal mining exploded into the northwest province, whereby thousands of people went underground at old workings and trying to search for a living in that areas. And I'm not only saying Buffels Mine, but I'm also saying the CPM shelves, the Stilfontein shelves, and the Old Anglo shelves. All of them were overrun by illegal miners at that stage. My background is I'm a geologist of training, but I changed my career halfway through when I reached the top of the geology chain and did my manager's ticket and a degree in mining. So since 2007, I've been appointed as a manager and a general manager at various gold mines, starting in the Free State, and I'm at Northwest Province now for 8 years.
So do I understand you to be the right person who is responsible for a rehabilitation of Buffelsfontein mine?
Yes, because I carry the 4-1 appointment, I'm legally appointed to oversee the Buffels gold mine as well.
Just for interest's sake, Mr. Vanderberg, what is a 4-1 appointment, so that we move and members of the community who are streaming and listening to this, and South Africans, they understand a 4-1 appointment?
I'll say. A 4-1 appointment is a Mine Health and Safety Act appointment, where this is for like a general manager for an operation. So every mine that's working in South Africa do have a 4-1 appointment, a person that's responsible, that do the work of the CEO, assisting the CEO in his daily tasks.
Thank you. So you mentioned that rehabilitation started around 2013 when the mine ceased to operate. Am I correct?
Correct.
Was the mine officially still in the hands of or owned by Buffelsfontein at the stage when the operation ceased to operate?
Yeah, it was still called Buffels Gold Mine. Yeah.
And the owners of Buffelsfontein since 2013, are they still the same owners up until to date?
That is correct.
You also mentioned that there were disagreements with DMRE, the then DMRE. Would you kindly share with the Commission what these disagreements were all about?
In short, it is payment of work that has been done in the rehabilitation. What is required from law is that while a mine is being worked, a rehabilitation fund is established. This rehabilitation fund at that stage was under the control of the DMRE. And then when the mine is finished and worked out, you start with rehabilitation work, and then the DMRE pays work that has been done out of the fund that has been established, that is under the control of the DMRE. Now, the disagreement started here in 2000, let me just get my dates right. In November 2022, the then regional manager of the DMRE wrote to Buffels Gold Mine that is no longer going to give the funds to complete the rehabilitation. This decision was not taken lightly with Buffels at that stage, and we submitted an appeal 1st of December 2022. Then on September 2023, the appeal came back, and the minister actually said, yeah, it's fine. The regional managers don't have to use the money out of the rehabilitation fund. What must happen now is that Buffels Gold Mine must first complete all the rehabilitation work, and then they will be paid back to Buffels Gold Mine. Unfortunately, at that stage, the mine was actually like liquidated. There's no income on that mine, so there's no ways of getting funds to complete the rehabilitation. The only funds that was available was the funds that is in the rehabilitation fund. So Buffels at that stage could not, because it's not a working shaft, there's no income, they could not have carried on with the rehabilitation at that stage.
What were the specific reasons the DMRE refused to pay for rehabilitation? We are very interested to hear that.
At that stage, there was about 20-odd million rands still available in the rehabilitation fund, that time in money. And the reasons why we, or Buffels could not continue with it, is that escalation was far more than what was initially in the plan. You know, secondly, the steel price increased big time, as you can know. During 2022, the steel price increased by almost 300% in price. And then also with the diesel price increasing the way it did increase, that adds all cost to the rehab that has to be done. And it appears that the DMRE was afraid that there will not be enough money to complete the rehabilitation. Although there was still more than 20 million rand left in the fund. And you cannot take the cost of today and then the cost of during that time. Obviously in 22, things cost less than what it is costing today. So my viewpoint is actually the fund should have been used to complete the rehab and take the biggest risks out of the rehab.
So ever since the appeal, and you'll correct me if I misunderstood you, the appeal was declined by the DMRE, and therefore the status quo still remains. The mine still remains unrehabilitated to the level that should, in terms of the law, should have been rehabilitated.
In 2024, 17 April, we actually wrote a letter from BGM to the inspectorate to say, please let us continue with the rehabilitation fund, because at that stage there was 40 million rand within the rehabilitation fund plus about 10 million rand that was in a guarantee. That will give you 50 million rand. You know, with the interest money, there's money in the fund, because that fund gets interest. We wrote that letter on 17th of April. December, we again issued a letter, say, please let us continue with this. We actually made a suggestion that how we're going to do the rehabilitation, and still there was no reply from the DMRE at that stage. But as you will know, during December and November, it was already under the control of the police with the VALA and UMGODI process. So we were not involved with, we assisted the VALA and UMGODI people, for sure we assisted where we can, but we were not in control of that areas.
It looks like there's another preliminary issue that is costing us the time. We are again going to adjourn so that same can be attended to. Another 5 minutes, that should take us to 8 minutes past 9. Can we please try and deal with that issue? So the evidence leader and acting head of legal, please meet the legal rep for Mr. van der Berg so that we can sort this. Thank you. 17. Once more, let me caution the legal rep for Mr. van der Berg. The behavior is really unacceptable. You know that when a witness is on the stand, has taken an oath, you can no longer consult with that witness. I've given you time to talk to the legal team. That's where it should have ended. You cannot then go to Mr. van der Berg. And really, this is unacceptable. This behavior is really it's unacceptable. I don't know whether it's because you do not respect this institution, but it's important that you do. It's very important that you do. Mr. Modise, Mr. Stebe, is there anything that you want to put on record?
The discussions were fruitful. We are ready to proceed. There wouldn't be any issues going forward. Otherwise, we will deal with them as we've been dealing with them this morning. Thank you.
One can only hope there aren't going to be interruptions further, and I'm not going to allow them. We are now going to proceed. Mr. Modise, over to you. Thank you. Mr. van der Berg, the oath that you took in the morning, still binding on your conscience?
Agree.
Thank you so much. Mr. Modise, you can take over.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. van der Berg, you were at a stage relating the fact that around December 2024, Operation VALA was in operation, and the SAPS had taken over the scene. Would you proceed, because I think you wanted to add more, as you know, we were requested to adjourn.
Yeah, sure, thank you. The process of UMGODI actually started in June, if I may recall. I'm talking now at the top of my head. And during August, September, they started guarding the shelves, not allowing beverage and people to come out and go down the shelf, and not allowing food to go down the shelves.
Sorry about that, Mr. van der Berg. I'm going to be piggybacking on some of the issues that you're raising, and please don't feel interrupted whenever I do that. I just want not to really lose some of the most important evidence that you are giving here. So I just want to really take you back to what you just now testified about, saying they were not allowing food, they were not allowing water to go. Who are you referring to when you say they were not allowing?
I refer to the VALA and UMGODI teams, which is a SAPS.
And how do you know that, Mr. van der Berg, were you present at that stage, or who was actually present to witness that the SAPS was denying or stopping supplies of food and other things to go underground?
We assisted some of the activities of VALA and UMGODI. We provided them with accommodation. We provided them with structures that they can use as offices and as guarding, safe houses for at the shelf entrances. We provided them with electricity, for communication and so forth. But in November, the Kuma community actually came to myself and requested that my interference there. And the request was made that, or it was said to me, and I don't have proof of that they have communicated at various times with the South African Police Services, especially the VALA and UMGODI teams, that please allow food to go down to the the people that's underground. And then we set up a meeting between BGM, the DMRE, both the legal side and the other side that looking at the health and safety side, the police, the defense force, and also the municipality. I set up that meeting at a place called Maryland. That was middle November, as well as a community of Kuma. I tried to bring the parties together so we can get some sort of agreement between us how we're going to deal with this process forward. And during this meeting, it was mentioned by the community members that such things are happening at the shelves where there's people underground. So this is where I get my information from.
So, in your own personal, view, you never went there to witness except to hear from what committee members were saying. You did not go to the site as you were assisting the SAPS with electricity and helping them to close other sites. Did you witness, or any of your team witness, food and water and supplies of medication that were denied or stopped by SAPS?
I went to the sites on various times, and during no such time did I witness any food going down into the shelves.
I want to take you a little bit, Mr. Van der Berg, in the meeting that you convened, you're trying to put these committees together. Since you were the convener of the meeting, what was the response of SAPS as committee members of Kuma were saying, but SAPS is denying water and food and other supplies to go underground to people who are trapped underground? Did they give any response in your presence, and what was the response?
The response at that time was that it is a police matter and we must not interfere with a police matter. At that stage, I think the concern was not so much so the food. It was people that came out, and the request was that these people do not get arrested by the police. And the police and the army at that stage said that is their job to do, and we're not allowed to interfere in that kind of that kind of assistance, or giving any assistance or any advice on that.
What I want to understand, the police yes told you that, look, this is a police matter, and you are not going to interfere in these things in the police operations. But you were part of the crew that was assisting police in executing their mandate, in making sure that that operation was successful. In your own observation, and look, I was not there, the commission was not there. We just want to understand really what really happened there. What was your analysis of what really happened there as a person who was in that meeting? Did you think the issues that were raised by committee members of Kuma were things that were not happening in what you saw at that stage in that meeting?
Obviously, I've got a relationship with the communities because my mind is in the community itself. So I take their labor from them to come and work for me, and I've got a good relationship with all of my communities. So hence the reason why they came to me for assistance. And I had no doubt that there is some hardship underground, but there was also no doubt in my mind that they were looking for some means to get the gold out of from underground, and the people not, you know, losing their what they've worked for underground. So obviously, I think there was food issues and drink issues, or sustenance issues, and there may have been sick people underground. But there was also the fact that other people didn't want to separate from the gold that they've gathered underground.
Mr. Van der Berg, at the time when this meeting was concluded, did you accept that this is a police matter and you just left there? Were there any other interventions, perhaps, that you also tried to do as a person who's close to community to assist with these concerns? Because I'm sure from what you said, community said the police are stopping our people, you know, from giving us food. They did not say to you, the police are stopping us from extracting gold. I'm just taking from what you said, and I accept, you know, your evidence that maybe they wanted to extract, to get gold out of this, but the community said, we want to take food, and the police are stopping us from providing food.
Yes, we actually made a plan between ourselves. The meeting was the one day, and the next day we continued with the meeting, so it took us 2 days to come to some kind of solution for this, because I couldn't have walked away and there's no solution for that. That's not what my history is in a mine. Let us rather get a solution for it and go forward. So the solution that we came forward is that through the community and with the assistance of the mine, we distribute pamphlets telling the illegal miners or the people that's underground what is the safest way of getting out from underground. There's only one operational shaft that's still in operation in that whole area of the shafts, and that's a Margaret shaft. And you will also see from the news that I think more than 1,000 people exited from the Margaret shaft. So pamphlets were distributed. We actually issued the pamphlets on the surface at the taxi ranks in Kuma, at the business hubs in Kuma, and also in Orkney. So we try to get a communication to these guys that this is what we perceive the safest way for them to come out, and many of them did listen to that, and that's why there were so many people coming out at Margaret Shelf at that stage.
So your evidence is that people who were underground were willing to come out, because as you distributed these pamphlets, you know, thousands of people from your evidence started to come out from Margaret Shaft. We'll come back to that. You also mentioned the issue of notices that you gave, and I'm just going to request Commissioner, through your permission, just to hand over this document, just to determine whether this is the notice that was issued to miners at that stage. And I would request you just to have a look at it and confirm whether this is the same document, Mr. Van der Berg.
Yes, I can confirm that is the notice that we issued, and many of the people coming out at Margaret Shelf actually had copies of that notice when they came out.
Now, I want to understand and really move with you with understanding. Do we have minutes of this meeting, Mr. Van der Berg, with the resolutions that were taken in that meeting? And if you do, would really appreciate that the commission be provided with those minutes.
Unfortunately, I do not have minutes of that meeting.
Do you remember the resolutions that were taken. One resolution is the issuance of this notice. Any other resolutions that were taken that perhaps could assist the Commission to understand clearly what was agreed upon? Mr. Van der Berg.
At that stage, for me, it was important that the people come out from underground. So that was my number one aim, is to get them out from underground. The second, if I may say, the disappointment from the community side is that the police did not agree that people will not be arrested when they come out from underground. So the police will, and the police kept on doing their job, and the defense force did their job. So we could, unfortunately, I cannot interfere in that kind of, I give them assistance for services and stuff like that, but I cannot interfere with arrests and things like that. That's not part of my mandate to assist. So unfortunately, that was the best thing at that stage that we could have done, is try and get the people out from underground.
I want to take you back, Mr. Van der Berg, to the issue that really made you convene the meeting. It was the issue of food. What resolution was taken about the food? I understand that the resolution, amongst others, was that people must come out and notices were issued, and the police also made a determination that they will arrest people who were underground and committees were unhappy. But my interest is on this issue which made you convene the meeting, the issue that committees were really worried that the police are stopping food going down. What was the resolution about that?
The position of the SAPS was exactly that no food will go down.
I'm interested in knowing your position, and I'm asking this, Mr. Van der Berg, because you testified earlier that the mind is within your community. You love the community that lives around you, and that issue of the fact that the police, stopped the supplies of food and others going down, made you to convene this meeting. In your own observation, and I do not want to ask for opinions here, because I may be trading on something else. In your own observation, seeing people were coming out and others saying we need food, what do you think of the conduct of SAPS?
We must stay with the laws of this country. Those people, even though they went underground and they may have had no food, they were illegally there. They is not supposed to be there. It is like that. I try not to. I don't want to comment on that, because I don't think it's my place to comment on that, on the police actions and activities that they did. So I try to stay away from that. My view is it's illegal. If it's human, I rather not give comment on that.
Yes, I just want further, because you mentioned that we must abide with the laws of this country, and I respect that, Mr. Van der Berg. And the Constitution is also the law of this country and the supreme law of this country, and which binds, organs of state, all other people. My question is, when people are denied food, and I'm asking your observation and looking at the laws of this country, do you think the police were abiding with the laws of the country, especially the right to have access to food when it was denied?
I'm not going to dwell on this any further. I will keep to my answer as is. Thank you.
I want to move further, just to go with this narrative of food that was denied. You may be aware of a court order that was obtained against yourselves. Yes, and I'm going to refer you to bundle number 2, just there before you. If you can have a look at that. Chairperson is page number 699. And the parties are cited in there, and I would love to draw the attention of the witness to that page. Have you found the page, Mr. Van der Berg?
Yes, I did.
In that page, you will note that there are respondents which have been cited here, and one of the respondents, the 6th respondent, is Bevelfontein Mine. Can you confirm that?
Yes, I can.
Can you also page to page 700, where it deals with the court order? And I want you to read into record, I request you to read into record the order of the court at paragraph 3.1.
The respondents are ordered to, within 2 hours of the court order being handed down, allow community members, charitable organizations and interested persons to, in an orderly manner, to provide humanitarian and including water, food and medication to the artisanal miners trapped underground at shaft 10 and 11 of the Buffels Gold Mine.
And this order was handed down on the 1st of December 2024. You know the certificate.
Yep.
I want to take you back, Mr. Van der Berg, as a member of the community, and understand that you convened the meeting, and that is really commendable that you did. Obviously, and I'm not really speculating here, you were not acting in your own personal capacity. Am I correct? You were acting on behalf of Bevelfontein Mine.
Correct.
When this order was issued, what role did now Bevelfontein Mine play in making sure that you comply with this court order?
Please repeat. Just repeat your question.
Right. My question is, now that the court had made an order that all the respondents listed here, they must provide food, water, medication to artisanal miners trapped underground at shaft 10 and 11 of Bevelfontein Gold Mine, Bevelfontein Gold Mine. What role did Bevelfontein Gold Mine play in making sure that it complies with the order that the court had made?
The order actually say allow community members, charitable organizations and interested persons to in an orderly manner to provide humanitarian, including food for water. It's not that I must provide. It is that those organizations provide food. And as I said, that site was at that stage seen as a criminal a crime scene where the police is in charge. But what I do know is that the police did allow community members to put food down during that time.
Yes, Mr. Van der Berg, I want you to respond to the question. I did not say you must provide food. I said, what role did Bellefontein Mine play?
We did not provide food for them. The site was, I cannot interfere in a crime scene, so I didn't play any role in this. I cannot take control of the site and put food down or anything, assist with anything else. This was just to allow the communities to put food down. All I could have done is tell the police this is what is in place and this order has been given, so you must now please allow the community to provide food for the ground.
I'm interested, Mr. Van der Berg, whether Bellefontein, filed a notice to abide or it filed notice to oppose. What position did you take when you were served with these papers in court?
I cannot recall at this stage. I have to go make sure of what our view at that stage was.
Commissioner, I would really request this to be part of the responses that Bellefontein should furnish to the Commission, because it is very important to note the position of the mine at the time they were served with these documents that were before court. Thank you.
If I may answer, if I can recall correctly, and I have to make sure of this, we didn't oppose the order.
Thank you, Mr. Van der Berg. But still, we will still request to be provided with whether you filed notice to abide or you just, whatever that was filed, and whether you appeared through your legal representatives in court, and those documents.
No problem.
At the time of the request and these court processes and the court making an order, are you aware of fatalities that took place at Bellefontein Mine? Bellefontein Mine, yes.
I was not aware of any fatality. Please specify your time period that you're talking about.
Fair enough, Mr. Van der Berg. I'm referring to a stage where people were, you issued notices, and at the time when Operation VALA started to be operational. I just want to, hear from Bellefontein Mine whether you were aware of any fatalities that were taking place, either at Margaret Shaft or at Shaft 10 and 11.
The first fatality or first body that was recovered during the rescue operations was just before the MRS rescue operation started. A body was brought up. That was beginning of beginning of, I think, January, but nothing before that time that I was aware of.
And at the time of these fatalities, I'll still be correct that Bellefontein Mine was legally closed. Am I correct?
Buffels was closed since 2013. So it's not an operational mine.
And would I be correct that you, as the mine, held the responsibility for ensuring that shafts and underground workings were closed and secured because you had the responsibility of rehabilitating this mine?
There's a difference between closing a shaft on a working shaft and a shaft that is being rehabilitated. So, and a mine that's been working and a mine that's not been working. There's a difference between the two. So in this case, we did start the rehabilitation and then we did all reasonable actions to prevent any access into the shafts, accidental accesses into the shaft. So I had security patrolling the place, I had police patrolling the place, we had bond walls around the shafts, there was fences around it, and many of those have been destroyed by the illegal miners. The very same persons that went underground illegally have destroyed many of the actions that we've put in place to protect people accessing the operations.
You made mention that as a result of notices that you received from, that you sent to DMRE, requesting funding for rehabilitation of these mines, you did not get funding and therefore this stalled the process of rehabilitation. And I want you to take us through this process of rehabilitation so that we may understand. Which shafts were rehabilitated? Is it Margaret, because you said Margaret shaft was operational, was it shaft number 10 and shaft number 11? And this is, a point of interest for us at this stage.
The Buffels complex is a huge complex. It consists out of 12 shafts, not only 2 or 3 shafts, 12 shafts over a vast area. It is the initial Buffel shafts, then also the Harty shafts that was incorporated later into the system. So it's quite a few shafts. It's surface infrastructure, it's plants, it's hostels, it is everything, that's come with a mine that supported about 11,000 people at that stage, if not more. So what we did when we started the rehabilitation process, you destroy the surface infrastructure, you throw it down the holes, which is the shafts that is open, you throw it down that holes, but that infrastructure will never ever be enough to fill that holes. These holes are between 1,800 meters and 2,500 meters deep, at a width of 8 to 10 meters, sometimes 12 meters, depending on the size of the shaft. So you will never ever have enough material to throw down a shaft to close it, like closing it from the bottom up. So it's a huge process, and it costs hundreds of millions of rands to do that. But Buffels is about 85% rehabilitated. That is before this incident. After the incident, we came to an agreement with the DMRE, or DMPR as they are called today, that they will give us funds out of the rehabilitation fund if we continue with the rehabilitation. Since March 2025, we started with rehabilitation. We've closed 11 shafts, 10 shafts. We're busy with 12 shafts, and we have, at this stage, spent about 12 million rand to do that 2 shafts that we have been closing. And they're totally capped, and you will not see a shaft there. There where the shaft is, you will not recognize the place, because I think most of you has not been there, but you have seen the photos on the media during that time. So, and yet again, Now I must also put some blame where the blame is supposed to be. There's no funding from the DMRE. At this stage, we're sitting exactly where we were sitting in 2022. I've spent money which I don't have, and the agreement that I've got with the DMRE that they will pay back the money from the rehabilitation fund is not forthcoming. So I am going to be forced to cease all rehabilitation again. And by stopping the rehabilitation, every time a contractor goes off the site, on the site, it's site establishment, de-establishment, then also the damage done by the illegal miners onto the structures that we closed. The 2 shelves that we have closed, there's 4 holes. It's 2 shelves, 2 shelf complexes, but it's 4 holes. They've already been damaged by explosive, and illegal miners have blasted these structures. Luckily for us, we made sure that the structure is strong enough to withstand even blasting with explosives, but it will not be like that forever and a day. If you keep on blasting, you will penetrate. All right, but coming back to your question on the rehabilitation, 85% of the whole area has been rehabilitated. The offices is gone, the hostels is gone, some of the shelves has been closed, but there's a program. So you start from one side, you start closing. And at that stage, when we stopped, there was about 5 shelves that has not been closed as yet, of which we closed now another 2. So there's another 3 or 4 shelves that still needs to be closed before we can say the area is totally rehabilitated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Abel, for that extensive explanation. But what I also want to understand is you made mention that on the 17th of April 2024, you wrote a letter requesting to use 40 million, and you mentioned that there was a cumulative amount of 50 million rands. Shaft 10 and shaft 11, and I want your honest advice here and your evidence. These shafts, shaft 10 and shaft 11, which are of interest to us, and we'll get to Margaret shaft, were these shafts rehabilitated, or were they supposed to be part of the shafts that were supposed to be rehabilitated through the 50 million rands that you wrote a letter on the 17th of April?
It was part of the structures that still had to be rehabilitated. There has been some work done on those shelves, like rubble been thrown down the shelves, huge amount of rubbling, imploding the shelf structures, the headgears and stuff like that. That did happen, but the rehabilitation and the closure of the shelves have not been fully closed on 22 when the rehabilitation was stopped. But you're correct, in 2024, in April, 17th of April, we wrote a letter to the DMRE requesting that we restart the rehabilitation work, and and we actually wrote a letter in December again to say, we have heard nothing from you, please reply us on this. And that only after that we did get a reply, and we came to some agreement early last year that we will do the rehabilitation and that these funds will be paid as work proceed, which is in actual fact not happening at this stage. The rehabilitation is happening, but the payment is not happening.
At the time of rescue in January, when miners were being, lifted out of shaft, is it shaft 10 or shaft 11? I would be correct to say that shaft was not yet rehabilitated, especially as far as where these miners were lifted out.
You're 100% correct. We lifted the guys from a depth of 1,600 meters. Most of the rubble that we throw in is deeper down the shelf, and the concrete is lying deeper down the shelf.
Would I be correct, Mr. Van der Berg, that you are saying you're blaming DMRE then, which is DPMRA now, you're blaming DMRE for failure to rehabilitate, these mines timeously, and for their failure to provide financing that was necessary for these mines to be closed. That is your evidence.
The rehabilitation could have been completed before this tragedy happened. There was money in the rehabilitation fund, and the shafts could have been closed before that time, if the DMRE and Buffels had some agreement reached by that time, how the funds will be spent going further.
As far as you are a manager and you are quite experienced in mining, and I'm going to ask you this question because it is very important. Do you believe, and using your expertise and your experience, that the decision of DMRE was lawful, was justifiable, and reasonable at a time when they denied you funds to rehabilitate this mine?
I was not part and parcel of that whole process. I read through the evidence that was given to me, what happened during that time. My honest opinion is, between the DMRE and Buffels, we could have, if we worked together, we could have resolved the issue long before.
Would I be correct to say Buffels also contributed to the delay, which to some extent, extended to these fatalities at the end of the day?
No, I disagree with you. Remember, as I said, 85% of the process was already being rehabilitated. The whole area was rehabilitated. So that money that was left should have been enough to close those shafts.
I'm asking this question because I was listening to your response that if you had worked together, and perhaps maybe you can clarify what you mean that if you had worked together with the MRE, this incident where people died would not have happened, because we don't want to really speculate as to what you're saying. So placed on record, what are you clearly saying if you work together, so that we can have it on record, whether it is DMRE that must be blamed or Buffelsfontein mine takes also the fact that they contributed towards this mines not being rehabilitated, which extended to access and fatalities that took place at Buffelsfontein mine.
In defense of Buffelsfontein mine, that was the money that was available. There was no other source of money that can have been available. But the 20 million that was available for the rest of the rehabilitation, that the high risk areas could have been addressed if that money was made available. At the time, the Buffelsfontein applied for appeal against the decision, and that appeal was not granted to us. So I would blame the DMRE for not allowing the rehabilitation to be completed. There was enough money in the fund, and you have to look at the risks that you're sitting with. And the biggest risk always is with the shelf that's open. And the shelves could have been closed if that money was made available to close the shelves.
Speaking of risk, Mr. Van Aberg, what risk assessment, closure plans and safety audits were conducted by yourselves? I'm referring to the 85% of the work that is already done at this stage.
To be able to submit a rehabilitation plan, a risk assessment have to be done, safety audits have to be done, progress reports have been done, and all of that is in place. That has been done since 2015 to 2022, or just before COVID in actual fact. So all of that is in place. Risk assessment has been done, audits has been done, progress reports have been done. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Van Aberg. Commissioners, I would like to place it on record again that we are going to request to be given access to these documentations and records so that we can also verify the veracity of these documents, and the Commission may be in a position to understand what is the contents of these documents. I want to go back to that aspect of the notices that were issued. And I want to take you to bundle number 1. It is just before you. If Chair can give me an indulgence, I just want to go straight to the page. Page 123. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Just a moment, Commissioner, just request to just engage with my colleague here.
Mr. Van der Berg, these risk assessments documents, can you just mention them once more? You said it's the audits, the progress report, and what else?
With the progress report, all the risk assessment is attached. There's a whole progress report being issued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are you at that page, Mr. Van Aberg, page 123, 123?
Yes.
This is a letter, a submission that the Commission received from Lawyers for Human Rights. And I want you to, I request you to go to page 123 of that bundle. And go to page, paragraph 20 of that bundle. And I would like you to read this into record. And I'm going to invite your response, your comment to what has been said down here.
Paragraph 20. Furthermore, on 5 November 2024, approximately 68 days before the formal rescue operations were implemented by Mine Rescue Services, Matthijs Johannes de Beer, Group Security and Forensic Investigation Manager of Harmony Gold Mine, confirmed in an affidavit placed before the Pretoria High Court the following. The Margaret Shaft is not accessible from 10 Shaft and 11 on the farm Buffelsfontein, and I confirm that it is impossible to access the Margaret Shaft from the underground tunnels to which access is gained through Shaft 10 and 11 on the farm Buffelsfontein, as the tunnels have collapsed and flooded in places. It is impossible to use these tunnels to reach Margaret Shaft. It is in dispute that Margaret Shaft is It is not in dispute that Margaret Shaft is situated some 20 to 30 kilometers from Shaft 10 and 11. Thus, a significant distance between these shafts cannot be ignored, and any suggestion that miners from Shaft 10 and 11 are able to exit at Margaret Shaft bears no scrutiny.
Thank you so much. I just wanted you to read that. You did not do this affidavit, but I want to just oppose this with the notice that you said you issued it in that meeting. And when I read this notice, which you confirmed that it came from the resolution of this meeting, it says we urge all underground illegal miners, all. And when people are underground, and all are underground, some may be more on the side of shaft number 10, 11, some may be more on shaft number Margaret Shaft. And from what you just read there, I would like you to give us a comment on what is your thoughts on that.
What Mr. De Beer states here is that there is no access from number 10 and 11 Shaft to Margaret Shaft. At that stage, when this affidavit was, or this evidence was given, this fact was not known, and I'm still of the opinion that it is not entirely the truth. And the reason why I say so is I've got, and as hearsay from the police, that people that was at 11 Shaft did come out at Margaret Shaft before the rescue operation started. People that was at 11 Shaft, more than 100 of them came out at 10 Shaft. So there was places for these people to get out. Remember, those notices was not only issued at 10 and 11 Shaft. They were issued at all the shafts of Buffelsfontein. So most of the shaft is connected with Margaret Shaft. The fact that tunnels were destroyed cannot be verified because no one has been working there for the last 20 odd years almost. So if it was destroyed, it was that. I've got no evidence to say it is like that, and I don't think Mr. De Beer has got that evidence as well.
I think you also must appreciate, Mr. Van der Berg, that you also do not know the state of affairs underground. So there's that possibility that that could be true.
Yes.
And I also want to draw to attention that this was not also challenged by Bevelsfontein Mine to say this is not true. Am I correct?
You are correct.
And Bevelsfontein had an opportunity when this matter was in court to either challenge, oppose, or give, your side of the story, since you have served the documents in court. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Given this notice, with the possibility that there might be people who may be trapped, being advised to go to Margaret Shaft, was it not a suicide mission that we are sending people to an area where people will be trapped, knowing that you are not even underground? Just confirm now that we are not underground. And you relied on SAPS, ESA, and all. And SAPS, I can tell you now, they never also went underground to that extent where those walls had collapsed. Was it not a suicide mission that you sent such a notice without verifying the risk of what is going down there, and sending people to go to that shaft when there is this evidence before court that it is impossible to cross that place and people will be going there, it will be perilous? What is your comment?
I disagree with you.
Why do you disagree?
Because it's people did travel from 11 Shaft to Margaret Shaft. The evidence that I've got, the information that I've got, people did come out at Margaret Shaft, and at Margaret Shaft more than 1,000 people came out. So you cannot say this is a suicide mission to send people to Margaret Shaft, because more than 1,000 people came out from Margaret Shaft.
Mr. Van Abel, from your evidence now, you just confirmed that you did not submit anything to the contrary of this affidavit that was in court. And I just don't understand now, why would you, when you had an opportunity to do that, because we take this as best evidence, and it was not challenged, it was not opposed. Sitting where you are sitting and saying it is not true, that presents you to be, someone else who's just defending this notice, which was issued without really doing a proper assessment. And I don't want to sound argumentative here. We would want you to provide the commission with that evidence that people traveled from shaft 10 and 11 through and exited into Margaret Shaft.
I cannot provide you that information. The police can provide you with that very same information, because I'm not privileged to have that information of people where they come in and where they go out from but you can have that information from the police. And I was told, exactly as I told you, from the police themselves, that there was people that came out at Margaret Shaft, traveling from 11 Shaft. There's also many people that came out at number 10 Shaft, which is a couple of meters away from 11 Shaft. So the people could have traveled, come out. Remember that, as I said to you, that notices did not only go to 10 and 11 Shaft. It went to all the other shafts. If that notices was not given, those people would not have came out. And then you would have sat with more people possibly underground not being able to come out. We tried to convince people to come out safely, and I think we achieved, and the evidence is there. There's more than 1,000 people that came out.
Mr. Van Abel, I commend the work that you did as far as people who exited that site. My issue is the affidavit that was tendered in court that says that was a perilous execution for people to walk, crawl, or go through that collapsed wall between Margaret Shaft and Shaft 10 and Shaft 11. I understand what you did. I was drawing your attention to this because it is very important for the Commission to know this, and I'm going to step off this aspect and go to other issues. Can you provide the Commission with existing security measures that you said you put in place to prevent illegal access into underground workings where lives were lost?
Yeah, I've got police. I've got the police that was patrolling that area. I've got my security personnel that was patrolling that area. I've got, as I said, the band walls that we throw around these open holes to prevent any, accidental entrance into these holes. And then the other holes was closed. So we were in the process of closing. Unfortunately, we didn't come to the point where all the holes was closed.
And I want to really ask this question. Does Bevelsfontein Mine accept the responsibility that illegal miners may have entered into other holes which were not closed, in which Bevelsfontein Mine had an obligation, statutory obligation and mandatory obligation to close those mines? I understand the fact that there were issues of monies between DMRE and Bevelsfontein Mine, but I'm saying, would you accept responsibility that if those holes were closed, would not have these people underneath?
If we were allowed to complete the rehabilitation as it was planned, this would not have happened, yeah.
You also mentioned, Mr. Van Aberg, that you work closely with your security, committee members around the area, and which is very much commendable. And I find that to be, a very kind gesture from your mind to go and even, arrange a meeting where people came to you to request assistance as far as food that was denied to go underground. I just want to understand from you, were committee members consulted regarding safety risks around Bevelsfontein mine closure? And, when you were busy, were committee members really, involved in decisions or consulted that, we'll be closing all these mines, and you seeking assistance and cooperation of committee members as we are busy with this rehabilitation process?
I cannot confirm that because that is way before my time that this process should have happened. But if I can say what happened when I was in charge and during when we started the process, we did involve the community with the processes, with the plan, which shelf is 1, 2, 3, which is on, what is the schedules, when do what happen. And also we employ some of these community members in our workings for closing this shelves. I cannot answer on what happened in 2015. I'm not aware of what happened then.
Are you aware of a number of people who had died and were dropped off, close to Bevelsfontein, holdings, either Shaft 10 or Shaft 11, on the road which were picked up by the police. Are you aware of that? I just want to, prior to the explosion of all these zamazamas that you have seen in the area.
No, I was made aware of bodies that was picked up in the river, in the VALA river, but not on the road next to the shelves and at the shelf openings in my area of responsibility, no.
Commissioner, I just want to ask one question and then I'll hand over to my colleague here. Seeing the policy that has been, you know, I know there's a new minerals and resources, minerals and petroleum resources, you know, act that is now applicable. I just want your comment on this, seeing that you're blaming the DMRE for failure to release funds, which could have been used to, you know, properly and safely and completely rehabilitate the mines and the holes that, you know, people are using to get inside the mines. How could the policy framework be made better, you know, as far as yourselves as Belfontein Mine, with your experience, how could that policy be really changed and to be framed in a way that it is going to assist, you know, entities like yourselves who wants to rehabilitate the mines and you find difficulties with, you know, organs of state in assisting you to really execute your duties that are expected of you? What would you really say would be important and the Commission should consider when it formulates its report? Thank you.
You want me now to think, eh? I think most of all is stop just using words and use actions, because words and words and words doesn't do anything. Put a plan in place that's practical, that can be applied, have a contingency in place, because there must be some contingency. We never know what the cost is going. South Africa has been under economical hardship during the last couple of years, and because of the weakness of the rand, the steel prices increased, the diesel prices increased and stuff like that. That was never taken in consideration when a plan was instituted and money was set aside to do that. Also, the reality of open borders. 99% of all these illegal miners is not from South Africa. People is getting poorer and poorer in our neighboring states. They're looking for jobs to come and do, so they come to South Africa where there's opportunity. And sorry, I don't know what's wrong with this thing. And we can accept it, that we will have illegal miners, because if the gold price increases, it's more lucrative to have illegal miners. We will forever and a day sit with this if we don't start doing things where it's supposed to do. The borders must be closed. People in South Africa is allowed to come and work on the mines. We must have investments that can have more mines opening up, so there's more work for the people to have. These people can look after their families. This is where the whole problem starts. It's not a mine problem, it's a social problem that we're sitting with. From the DMR side and a new Petroleum Act and stuff, I don't think there's too much wrong in this. But we must allow people to come and invest in South Africa. Without investment, we're going the same way that we have been going for the last 20 years, backwards. We have to have people invest, opening mines so our people can work. This is where the problem starts. There's no work for our people. We sit with 40% of our people without jobs. Okay, that's all I want to add.
Thank you for that, and I sensed you a bit emotional about these issues, because I take it that they are very close to your heart, that you would really want to see this country working and people getting jobs. So thank you for that response. I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Van der Berg. I won't have a lot of questions. My colleague has been with you for the past 2 hours. From your response, how much do you need to close holes? Because if you're saying that you and DMR deposit 40 million and it ends up that closing a hole requires 90 million. So whatever exercise, not only your mine, every other mine that does that exercise, it's futile. Just numbers, and then we move on to the 2 questions I have.
We just closed 4 holes. Those 4 holes costed us 12 million to close. So you can say 12 divided by 4 is 3 million rand to close the hole. If it depends on conditions, obviously, but in general, that's what it costs to close the hole on the way we're closing it now. And we're closing it now in a much better way than what it was done before. We changed the methodology, and we're saving money. And we must just apply our risk assessment. You know, where's the biggest risk in this whole closure of mines? Yes, there's an environmental risk, but there's also a safety risk. And if you want to address the safety risk, close the holes. Then the safety risk is gone. Not totally gone, but, you know, it's better addressed than what it was before. So that's the cost. It's about 3 million rand a hole to close.
Okay, I'm confused. You mentioned 50 million that you and DMR were tussling over. And then if it's 50 million, then it takes only 3 million to close a hole. Why were these holes? I'm not asking, I'll come to Buffelsfontein. I'm asking because we are sitting with over 6,100 derelict and ownerless mines. So I'm asking for the education of all mining affected communities that it only takes 3 million, but then still we're sitting with thousands of holes throughout the country. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can only answer for Buffelsfontein. There's another 1, 2, 3, 4 holes that have to be closed. So that's another 12 million that must be spent. And then we get to 25 million plus minus 26 million that we spent. And there's some surface operation, surface infrastructure that you have to remove the concrete and stuff like that. That's also part of it. So because of the 50 million that's available, 42 million rand is in the fund. And then there's another 9 million rand as a guarantee. So total is about 50 odd million rand. So what we said is we're going to leave some money in the fund because there will always be things that comes up. The illegal miners will come and destroy another shaft. Then there's money available to also address that problem. So that is how we plan the process now. So there's some contingency staying behind, and the rest we're going to use to safely close all the shafts and take away the biggest risks that they are.
Yeah, thank you. I'm cleared now because I'm thinking for purposes of this report, part of it will be that document you spoke about that will have a risk assessment, audit assessment, progress report that then will somehow have figures as well, so that we appreciate why so many holes are still open, why is the reluctance between the thing. Now I'm going to Buffelsfontein. 2 questions on your mine and Stilfontein particularly. When did you first become aware that there are illegal people in some of your holes? The Zamazamas, artisan miners, trespassers?
The illegal mining problem in Northwest, especially in the Klerksdorp area, Stilfontein, Orkney area, started to the latter end of the COVID epidemic. People had no income for a long time, and they were looking for ways and ways to get some means of living. So rumors started at that time, but the first real action that we had with illegal miners was in just after COVID. We encountered, I think in 2022, we encountered guys going underground at Kopanang, which is the operating shaft that we've got. It's not part of Buffels, but in the same group. So we was made aware of illegal miners at that stage, starting in 2022. But for Buffels and so, normally these guys operate at night, going down. In the morning you will not see any evidence of any movement there. And they don't move at daylight. They move only nighttime. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, second last question, because you raised something. So you are aware of them entering an adjacent mine in 2020. And with your experience and the national discourse around artisan mining, I'm imagining that as a manager, then you start thinking, oh, these people are going to start getting closer. If they start getting closer, then they start shooting each other, and then they start dying. And the next thing, my mine is extracting 100 dead bodies. And then what did you do after you became aware that this is a situation? Last question on this, and then I move on to another.
At our operating shaft, because it's still operating, so there's funds available to do some additional work there, and because we're working with a workforce of almost 3,500 people, we instituted a whole lot of work, facial recognition, and you know, I can't tell you, it's like millions and millions of rands that we spend there on that. I think last year we spent about 52 million rand on security, just at the operating shaft. Then, unfortunately, I also had to spend some security cost at the CPM shafts because there's just nothing there. And then also on the Buffels operations that I spent cost on security specifically, where the police withdraw from those shelves.
Okay, this is not a question, it's a remark to the chairperson. Chairperson, there seemed to be an emphasis on operational costs, on operational shafts, all efforts to protect them and see that they are all. And then what we do, we forget about the holes that we've already opened. There's no effort to see that nothing happens there. From a business perspective, it makes sense, but from a socio-economic perspective, it does not. You dig a hole, you extract, you make a lot of money, and then you say, hey, thank you very much, I'm leaving to another hole that will make me money. What happens there, they can see what they do. And this is a pattern. I don't want to say not Buffelsfontein, this happens in your mind, but this is a pattern in the mining industry. I think that will be fair to you. Last question. You mentioned you are very close with the community in Kopanong. They love you, you love them back. Are there any social labor plans active that you are responsible for, that you can show us to, that their community can attest to, that will speak to this love relationship that you have with the community? Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. My social labor plan and my SLP team is very active in the communities. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 communities that I'm very active. In a Kanana one, I'm building a sports stadium now. We're almost finished with that. And Kuma, I built a school, we're finished with that. In the Free State, there's operation where I built a library for the guys and the ladies, and for the kids especially. And then at Orkney, I fixed the sewage system because unfortunately, municipality is not doing what they're supposed to do, and all infrastructure is just left to die. So I've taken over some of those responsibilities onto myself to fix it, or else, you know, the smell is in the whole town. So we're actually taking government's position, although they get the tax, we do the job for them.
It would be unfair of you if I don't say this. We've been to Stilfontein. We've been to the shafts. And having driven there the whole day, the other day, and so on and so forth, there was no evidence of a community center, a lively library, and so on and so forth. The minister corrected me. He said, no, I only go there for 2 minutes and then I come back. So to attest to that and to satisfy the commission that indeed Buffelsfontein gives back, has a good relationship and thing, I will ask that you provide reports of those. I don't want building plans, just reports indicating where it was built, maybe how much was spent, how many people it benefits, and so on, because this stands in significant contrast to what we saw when we were there. But maybe the minister is right. Maybe we just drive around for 2 minutes and then we come back to Joburg. Chairperson, thank you very much for your time. Mr. van der Berg. Okay.
I just want to answer on that. I'm doing this SLP under the SLP plan for Kopanang. The operating shelf is doing all this SLP work. I'm not doing it under Buffelsfontein. Buffelsfontein is, there is nothing in the fund. There is nothing. There is no money in that company. So I cannot do anything under Buffels. It should have been liquidated way back. If I was a bad citizen, I would have liquidated this mine in 2013 already. But keeping the responsibility with ourselves to rehab it, and we knew that it's our responsibility to rehab this and finish the rehabilitation. You will go very far in South Africa to find a mine where rehabilitation is that far for that huge a complex than the Buffelsfontein one. And as soon as we are finished, I will invite you. You will come and have a look what we've done there, and you can also see in a report that's going to be submitted, you will see the amount of work that has been done. It is like 10 times this block that has been broken down, and a whole area. We're taking vast areas that has been rehabilitated. Thank you.
No, thank you. I would appreciate that invitation. Maybe we extend it to the minister as well, so that he sees that we don't spend a few minutes. But thank you, Mr. Beck, for your time. Thank you for your patience. Legal Chairperson, I have a request. There's a request for documents from our side that emanated during the discussion. My laptop is that side, only internet that side, there's no side. So can I please be excused? I'll come back, I'll listen online, I'll be attentive, and then so I can finish them with the document they requested. Nyabonga, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stebe. May I just request that the legal team also just take note of the reports that have already been alluded to. So the first one is just the last one that has been mentioned now, wherein it is going to show the extent to which Kopanang has performed in terms of its SLP, and just your compliance where that is concerned. And that would be the first one. And then the progress report was the other one that you have promised to submit. The rehabilitation plan as well. Yes, whether you filed a notice to abide or whether just a report to say, with regard to the notice of motion, what was the reaction of the company? So for now it is those, but maybe others are still going to crop up, because then I'm now handing over to Commissioner Magwasha. Thank you. Oh, there's
Thank you, Commissioner. I've noted that Mr. Van der Berg said there was a meeting and minutes were not taken or were taken. If they can just compile a report of what was said and resolutions that were taken in that meeting that was convened as a result of committees requesting them to be there, please, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, even though you did say that you do not have the minutes, but just to refer to the discussions and of course the resolutions that were taken as you remember them. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner Magwasha.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, sir. I just have a few questions, and I think mine are just very broad. I think you understand that this inquiry is not just limited to what happened in Steelfontein. It's to assist the Commission make recommendations in terms of artisanal mining, but also then the concerns around the policy gaps. And I know that it's something that you may not have been prepared for, but let's perhaps unpack it. And assist South Africans understand that, one, there is illegal mining happening. We've seen an increase of it, and you've also spoken to some of the factors that have contributed to the increase, but that there is a movement in terms of mining activities to include small-scale mining, or what is referred to as artisanal mining. Is it possible to perhaps get your opinion that if artisanal mining was taking place at Buffelsfontein, it could perhaps assist it in preventing illegal activity from taking place?
Definition of artisanal mining. From my experience, I don't see artisanal mining being mining underground in the conditions as is. Obviously, where these guys enter, where they work, I don't think it's safe for anyone to be there. So I would not say artisanal mining would have assisted in this instance. Artisanal mining on a waste dump, that kind of mining, by all means, I've got no issues with that, and I do support that. But in an underground operation, it will be extremely difficult to do that. And you know, the other thing, that mining costs money, and you will not. I don't know who's going to sponsor these guys doing the type of mining they do, and with that kind of risk. And obviously the law have to be applied to both the normal mining as it is now, and then what you call the artisanal mining. So I don't see it happening in the space of underground operations. But that's my view.
Just also, I just want to understand, is or was Buffelsfontein ever a member of the Minerals Council?
I would imagine so, but I have to make sure of that.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the operation, did at any point when the police were planning to implement Operation VALA, did you then provide them with the layout of the shafts and how best to ensure that they're able to fulfill or implement Operation VALA without themselves having the risk of having to go underground? Did you provide them with any technical assistance, because the police are not experts in mining, just to, for them to understand what they are getting involved in?
Right from the start, it was told to us that the police will not go underground. They will only guard on surface. And yes, we did give them position of the shelves. We assist them with, services, electricity, and so forth to the sites. Yes, we did assist them very much so.
No, but okay, did you give them any expertise of how to move around those shafts? Because as you said that people were able to move between shaft 11 and 10 and then make their way. Were you able to give them perhaps the mapping of that aspect?
Unfortunately, Buffelsfontein offices were set alight by the illegal miners. I can't it's people for my time, I think it's 2016 or so. It was set alight and all the underground mapping was destroyed. That was before the time of the mapping being electronically captured. At that stage it was all onto plans. So from underground operational view, very few plans is in existence for Buffelsfontein. So you cannot tell people where to go in an underground operation. If they're not, I will never ever tell them to go underground if we don't have the plans and can make the area safe. As it is, I only sent down my proto guys to go underground because they're used to the environmental conditions, used to the working conditions, and also to very unsafe conditions. I will not allow the police to go underground. I think it will be just putting people at risk to allow them to go underground.
Mr. Van Beck, are you then stating at this particular moment there are no underground mappings available because they were satellite, and therefore, I'm just going to expand, and therefore the affidavit that Mr. De Beers prepared, he could not have relied on any other information but his own knowledge?
To my knowledge, there's no plans available.
Yesterday, when the Minister of what is the current name? Because they always change their names for, DMPR. When they came and they testified, they stated that, one, there is the rehabilitation fund that is available, but because this was a rescue mission, they could not use the rehabilitation funds. Is that correct?
We actually, I think it's December the 9th or so, we set up a meeting with the DMPR and requesting that we use some of the money in a rehab fund to do the rescue operations, because they, and then the DMPR told us there's no way that we're going to use that money for rescue operations.
The minister further also, or perhaps the department also further testified that after the department funded the rescue operations, they then invoiced the mine that then reimbursed them the amount. And he said that the amount that was reimbursed was about 5 million. Is that correct?
They did invoice us. Minerals Council paid, total cost was about 7 million, just over 7 million. The DMPR paid 3.6, and the Minerals Council paid 3.6. Then the DMPR did invoice us, and through negotiations with our shareholder back in China, the shareholders actually made available monies from their own pockets for this rescue operation to be repaid.
See, the reason why I'm a lawyer is that I hate maths and I'm horrible at it. But the numbers are not adding up, sir, because yesterday we were given testimony that this whole entire operation cost 11 million. And my maths may be so horrible that it doesn't make sense, because it looks like money is missing. And it may not be missing from, because several departments came in and gave us different figures. We had the MEC of Satma come in, and they said it cost them 6 million. We had SEPs coming in and saying they covered the cost. And the one thing that is consistent that we're receiving is that, yes, the department paid, however, they were able to recuperate some of that money from yourself. I need to understand the conversation around money, because one, there's money in the rehabilitation fund, and you're having conversations with the mine stating that assist us with funds so that we're able to rehabilitate the shafts. Whilst you're still negotiating, a disaster takes place in the event of illegal mining. It could have been a child recklessly walking and they fell in the shaft. So essentially, there was a risk for danger. Unfortunately, it amounted to illegal mining, which we saw lives being lost. Whilst that conversation is still occurring, you then have to pay for the rescue operation, which is stating should have been prevented if you were able to finalize the rehabilitation as per your discussions with the department. Am I getting the gist correct?
You are incorrect. On the money, on the funding side, we've got the invoices. So I know exactly what it costed. The initial forecast or invoice, I know quotation, was the 11 million rand one. But at that stage, community members made us believe that there was 450 to 600 people underground, which there never was. And obviously the rescue operation only took 3 days to complete, and that cost was 7.2 million, of which the Mineral Council paid half, and the DMR PR paid the other half, which they again recouped from us later on in, I think in April.
Thank you for that clarity, sir. We heard, well, in the media, and when we went on, and we were able as the commission to also then go see and visit those who were in hospital and those who were in the holding cells. But that has nothing to do with yourselves, and I'm not going to go there. But there's this concern that we're seeing, that the use of children in illegal mining. And I'm assuming historically, you know, when you study history, that children are used because they're small and able to fit in small areas. Given how shafts operate, I'm a lawyer again, I may not have the full picture. Are we going to see the likelihood of more children being used in illegal mining just because of their size?
I cannot really answer that question. I don't know where this problem is going, but what I can say is I've never, on Kopenhagen, we've never captured any children. So I don't think there's children underground. I've got no evidence of children being underground at this stage. But what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Ne? So I don't know what's happening in areas where we're not familiar with. So it can be happening there. You hear terrified stories, but I've got no confirmation that those stories are the truth. But I can believe some of the stories, yeah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Van der Berg, this one, what happens in Vegas, became public news. The Department of Social Development and the police confirmed that about 37 children were actually found to be underground. we will still wait for the age confirmation, and this was done through processes, and most of these children are coming from Mozambique. And the question I'm asking is that it was 37 in Stilfontein and 18 or 13 in the Northwest. So we are seeing the use of children in illegal mining. And the question, and maybe you're not able to, and you said you aren't able to answer, but, and you're saying you can't see where how this trend is going. And we may have to then worry about the use of children, especially being brought into the country. But I think maybe let me pause there because you may not have insight to this issue. I think my last question, after what happened at Stilfontein, knowing that there's a growing increase in illegal mining, what precautionary measures have you taken as a mine to ensure that it does not take place? And if it does, the way that the operation is conducted does not result in the loss of life that took place in Stilfontein? What measures?
I can answer that question in two parts. First of all, the operational shaft, I can tell you is a list as long as this office of what we've done to prevent illegal mining there. And I think we are really on the winning track there. We closed the entrances to our shafts because the whole area was connected with each other because it all belonged to one company almost, you know. Anglo-America had all those shafts and they were all interconnected with each other. So then the other thing is on the buffel side, the best thing we can do is close the shafts and not let there be any way of entrance being underground. And this is the reason why 2024 we've written all these letters to the DMPR that we must continue with the process. We cannot just let it go. While the carrot is there for people to earn money in this way, people will do that because they've got no other income. So we have to close the shafts. That's my opinion. The best thing we can do is close the shafts, take the possibility of illegal mining away. Obviously also providing work for people so they don't have to take this means of you know, looking after their families.
My last question. Yesterday, the department stated that they issued yourselves with a Section 93 notice. How far are you in rectifying what is raised on the Section 93 notice, if you ever received one?
You have to refresh my mind on that Section 93.
They had, in terms of the discussions we had yesterday, we're discussing non-compliance with SLPs and other issues, and Ms. Moloto averted that they had issued yourselves with a Section 93 notice. So I think it's non-compliance with certain statutory provisions such as SLPs, and that you are working collectively towards that.
Is that for the Buffels operations? I have to go through it and just have a look.
Through you, Chair, perhaps what we could do is that once we have received it from the department and they have not yet furnished us with the same, we could also then indicate and they can also provide us with the response to that Section 93. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's have Mr. Lata.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, Mr. van der Berg. Please excuse me because you did not have a presentation. So my questions will be jumping in, so because I was making them as I was going. It's not out of disrespect. My first question is, you state that, straight in Stilfontein, you state that when Operation VALA started, you were helping them. And you did mention with what. Were you entering a crime scene, like you said it was a crime scene?
We were not allowed to go beyond the crime scene. They barricaded the area off where the crime scene is. We're not allowed to go into that area, but I did assist them with logistical issues.
Am I correct if I state that you say that you wanted people to come out and you did not, I'm not sure whether you spoke to the police or you did not want them to be arrested when they come out. Am I correct?
No, I never put myself into that space to tell the police not to arrest people. They view it as criminal activities, so it's their job to arrest if this is what they see. For me, it was a matter of getting the people out because the communities was complaining that the guys were suffering humanitarianly from, you know.
Just for the record, does Margaret Shaft belong to Buffelsfontein?
Margaret Shaft is in the Buffelsfontein mineral rights, but it's actually only a shaft to pump the water out from the basin. So and that is being operated by Harmony. So I've got no jurisdiction onto Margaret Shaft.
Thank you. So you were able to take down notices in all your shafts, I believe. Is that correct? To tell people where to come out?
Not take down. We actually put notices and threw them down the shaft, and then also communicating within a community. The community have their own way of communicating with the illegal miners. So they've got what they call runners and people doing the communication for them. I don't know what system they've got for that, but they do have their own system.
Now, where did you get authority to give to people that were underground to say that they must go and use Margaret Shaft when it does not belong to you?
I did clear that with the general manager of Harmony, that if there's people that wants to come out, and it has been like that for ages, so I did clear it with the Harmony, my colleague at the Harmony site.
How did you clear it out? Did you write? Did you speak? And if so, if you've got evidence for that, would you furnish it to the inquiry?
I phoned Mr. Willem Gous, which is a general manager, and I told them this is what is going to happen, because it was a decision taken by the whole team that was there, which included police, the community, everyone, because I realized that that is the place that's being operated and where there's a shaft to transport people up and down. The other ones does not have that facility.
Now, Mr. van der Berg, you are adamant that almost 1,000 or more people or illegal miners came out from the Margaret Shaft, and they came out with the note that you had sent down. How did you see the note when it was a crime scene and you were not allowed to go there?
I was informed by the police.
Did you take any interest in verifying what we were told by the police, or you just took it as you were told?
We took it as being told to us.
Thank you for that. And now, you wrote a letter, so you started rehabilitating around 2015. And in 2016, your offices were burnt down. You lost all the maps, but you carried on with the rehabilitation. Did you understand the map? Because you didn't have the map. How were you going around with rehabilitation when you did not have the map?
You don't need a map to do the rehabilitation. There's two different things. The map is, that we're talking is an underground plan, and you need a surface infrastructure plan to do that, to the rehabilitation. And obviously, at the time the offices burned down, the offices was no longer in use by Buffels because there was no mine to operate.
My understanding is that the shaft links to the tunnels, and you're saying you're destroying all the surface infrastructure, and you throw it into the shaft. But the shaft does not end just up there. It leads into the tunnels. So how are you hoping to rehabilitate if the rubble goes down the shaft and then gets into the tunnels?
I must say, I think there's a gap here between our understanding of rehabilitation. You want the underground workings also to be rehabilitated. It's not working that way. You rehabilitate the surface workings. You don't rehabilitate the underground workings. The underground workings is there. It just stays there forever and a day. And it deteriorates over time, so it collapses over time.
So then that leads us back to saying, if you have rehabilitated and you've closed that off, and now you are saying it dilapidates over time, wouldn't that then encourage people to go down because they will be able to access? You do not mine in the shaft. There's no gold in the shaft. Am I correct?
Yeah, there is no gold in the shaft. Just repeat your question. I don't understand your question.
You have just stated that you only rehabilitate in the shaft. And I'm saying to you, the shaft leads into the tunnels. So as you put in the rumble, you cannot stop it from going into the tunnels. So it means then that process of saying you are rehabilitating, it does not work because over time, as you're stating it, it will dilapidate. Am I correct?
Only if you want the tunnels to be rehabilitated as well, but that is not part of the rehabilitation of any mine anywhere in the world.
Mr. van der Beek, I'm not talking about the tunnels. I'm talking about the shaft that you are filling up and stating to you that technically the rubble will have to go into the tunnels.
Yeah.
Now, if you're rehabilitating the shaft, and did you state right now that it will over time dilapidate? Am I correct?
You are correct.
Now I'm saying that over time could be 2-3 years, and then when it dilapidates, then the illegal miners will come back again and destroy the shaft and be able to access the tunnels. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah. You will not fill the entire shaft. You will never have enough to fill in that shaft. That shaft is 2,000 meters deep. You will not have enough rubble to fill that shaft and keep it filled forever and a day. You fill it with what you've got on surface. You cannot destroy the overburden. So you don't put an overburden into that shelf, because the overburden is needed for the plants to grow and so forth. So you fill what you've got into the shelf, and then you cap the shelf. You don't fill the shelf to the top. You only fill it until the rubble is finished. And then you build a top, which is, in our case, 4 meters thick reinforced cement that you put in there, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. van der Beek. I understand what you are saying. Just for the note, commissioners. So it means then the rehabilitation process is just a tick box exercise, if I may say, because it only happens in the shaft, and you cannot control the rubble going into the tunnels, where the tunnels really take in the shape. So it goes down, and when you seal it, over time, as people progress in finding whatever, maybe explosives, they will be able to explode the seal, and at that time, the responsibility is no longer with the mine owner, because the mine has been rehabilitated. Now, Mr. van der Beek, you did mention that you don't go down to the shafts or the tunnels. You only send, I don't know whether it's a proto guys or photo guys. I do not know what are they?
Proto guys is rescue people, the MRS guys. If needed to send down, we can send them down with special equipment. That's why we also use them to extract the people. You don't use normal people to do that kind of dangerous work.
When they go down, do they go down and end up in the shafts only, or they go into the tunnels as well?
It depends what you want to do, what you want to investigate. We don't go down for the fun of it. So we go down if there's people to be rescued. If there's no people to be rescued, we stay out of the dangerous places.
Now let's go to the rescue in Stilfontein that happened around January that took 3 days. What was the intention? Was it just to rescue people? Because they were using the cage. And 2 community members were volunteers. I don't know if you understand if they had experience as much as the guys that were going down from the professional side, I would call it. Now, what was their role in that rescue mission?
I was not part of a rescue operation. That fell under the MRS. So the community members that I took with was there to assist them. They did give them some training, I know of that. And those community members communicated with the illegal miners underground, and they assisted the proto guys doing certain functions that they had to do to rescue people. The aim was to rescue the people that was there.
You haven't figured it out until now. So if you're saying you were not part of the guys, are you saying you were not physically part of it because you paid for the rescue?
It's not because I paid for the rescue. I was not in charge of the rescue. These people trained to be part of the rescue. You cannot make anyone responsible to take over the rescue operations. These people trained for that, and that's a special organization called MRS, Mine Rescue Services in South Africa, which is responsible for that.
Okay. If we can go back, you said it takes about 3 million to rehabilitate a shaft, am I correct?
To put the cap on, yeah.
Is putting a cap rehabilitating, or is just putting a cap?
Depends on what you want. In those instances where we said the 3 million rand, much of the surface infrastructure was already put down the shelf. So the monies that we spent was some of the infrastructure that went down the shelf, that we put in the shelf to rehabilitate the area around the operations. But this is plus minus what it costed for those 4 holes to be closed and the area around it to be rehabilitated, yeah.
So how much did you pay once again for the rescue?
For a rescue, we paid 3.6 million. For the rehabilitation, is a different. It's not the same thing. For the rehabilitation, so far, we paid 12 million for the 4 holes to be closed.
So would I be wrong if I say my logic leads me to thinking that you've paid an equivalent amount of money for the rescue as you would if you had been given a chance by DMRE to rehabilitate that shaft?
That was only for half of the rescue services that we paid for, yes, but you can say it is almost the same amount of money, yeah.
Please note that, Commissioner, that the rescue, which took 3 days, was equivalent to also, yeah, I mean, rehabilitating. In your own experience, Mr. van der Berg, I've been informed before by workers as well as security personnel that in some mines, illegal miners are allowed working in cahoots with the operational mine. Have you experienced something like that before?
I don't allow illegal miners to work in conjunction with my workforce, but it is possible and it can happen because there is still illegal miners underground, and obviously way of getting food is through employees, and there is communication between them. Yeah, it can happen, but I don't think in any mine it is allowed to do that.
Thank you, Mr. van der Berg. As I am about to conclude, in your own experience, the illegal mining web is far complex. There has to be the worker, there has to be the buyer, there has to be the seller, there has to be the exporter, the kingpins who controls everything. Do you happen to know where the minerals from the black market end up?
Unfortunately not.
Thank you, Mr. van der Berg. As I end, you mentioned about your SLPs and the projects that you embark on in communities like Kanana, Orkney, and the likes. And you mentioned that you are working through Kopanong. But Buffelsfontein, the SLPs, the regulations came out in 2010, and you wanted to rehabilitate your mine started around 2015, which means that there was a cycle of a social and labor plan that should have been fulfilled around that time. Am I correct?
I'm not aware of that because I was not part and parcel of the management of that mine during that time. But if the SLP was needed as it is now, it should have been like that, yeah. And I'm unable to answer any questions on that, but I've got no knowledge of that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe that's another note that we should request an SLP between 2010 and 2015 so that we can see what they committed to do and have they done it and how far they've done those. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much, Mr. van der Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Dladla. The legal team must please just also take note of that request if it is available. Just want to go back to the issue around rehabilitation being a tick box. Would you say that is in line with the current policies in the country, the manner in which rehabilitation has been done of the holes that you were able to close? This would be taking into account that Buffelsfontein stopped operating in 2013, and from what you've been saying, it would seem that there were certain holes that you were able to rehabilitate, but due to lack of enough funds, you had to then stop. So of what you have done, would you say that was in line with the policy? And again, do you think it works? Is it sufficient?
The work has been done in line with the rehabilitation plan that was submitted to the DMR at that stage and also approved by the DMR during that time.
Is there a process around it wherein inspectors would come in to check as to whether this is done according to whatever millimeters that they've put in place? And of course, is there ultimately, whether one can call it a clean bill of health, which will then be produced to say, indeed, Buffelsfontein, in relation to this particular hold, you have complied?
Yeah, there's regular visits by the DMPR to the sites, signing off every month the progress reports and giving advice if needed to let this process be as compliant as possible.
What is mind-boggling is this, Mr. van der Berg, is that there would have been compliance in relation to an existing policy of the department, and there has been regular checks. We have a situation where this particular hold was invaded. Now, let's talk about this particular hold. We did see, and I also did, I've gone there. So we did see that it would seem like there was some cement, huge blocks, but which were also amongst the rubble. Would you say that it was lack of inspection, so-called regular, in terms of what the department terms, proper visits, of course, in terms of the policy? Would you say it was because it was not in line with the policy? What would have been the challenge for this particular hole to be compromised?
There was holes that was not closed as yet because it was still in the program to be closed. If we continued after 2022 with this process, it would have been closed by the time this incident happened, and the incident would not have happened. But there was also damage to the structures. That cement that you saw was reinforced cement that was there, and you will, if you can recall, all the steel sticking out in between the cement. Okay, what happened there is that the illegal miners got hold of explosives, and they damaged that infrastructure so bad that it opened up the hole again. So, as you will recall, and I don't know if it was mentioned on the commission, there's explosive being imported from all over Africa and China for these guys. And sometimes it is explosives used at a mine. I'm not saying it is not. But most of the explosive used in Klerksdorp area is not from the mines. It's actually imported from somewhere else in Africa. We at the mines don't even use that very same explosive, but that explosive is used to damage this infrastructure to get into that excavations.
What it then says, Mr. van der Berg, is that clearly there was definitely no oversight in terms of the department. But over and above that, and this is me and my thinking, correct if I'm wrong, with explosives, mines would have alerted even the communities to say there's going to be explosives, and we are all going to then be ready to, that such noise is going to be coming from whichever angle. So with those noises happening in that area, especially in an area where you have been a manager, you're saying you did not become aware, nobody told you, that information never came to you?
That excavations was not blasted while I was appointed as manager there. It have been blasted way before the time, and I think you will remember that you drive between the shelves, and there's great distances between the shelves. Where I'm situated, where my office is, and where this thing is happening, is about 40 kilometers from each other. So it's a great deal of distance, and you will not hear the blast at any other place. You will have to go to the site and see, the site has been damaged here. What we do now, and that's exactly why this new plan is so much a better plan, we leave contingency into the plan for especially security. In the past, there was no illegal mining happening. So there was no people buggering around into the infrastructure before. But our world has changed dramatically with the introduction of the illegal miners. So now we have to, even if the places are rehabilitated and kept and closed, we still have to safeguard those very same places, because the attraction will always be there. And in this new plan that we've got, there's about 10 million rand contingency that we left there, and it will be used by the DMPR and ourselves for security services.
Thank you, and I'm sure that's part of some of the recommendations that the Commission will consider. But what it spells out and what is really becoming evident is that whatever that is termed as a regular visit is not really happening by DMPR. Because if there were regular visits, surely Stelfontein would not have proceeded for the period that it did. Would you want to respond to that, or you don't?
I don't want to be, seen as a person that drops a DMPR or come up with them. But you must remember that some of these sites, people are armed. Come close to that site, they will shoot you. And it's becoming a war zone. You can't expect the DMPR to guard places, or it's becoming a war zone out there. It's not like us sitting here in our offices. It's a total different world that we're sitting in there. Violence and illegal activities is widespread. And you've seen the news now where they take over homes of 600 other people. And it's going to happen. These guys don't abide to the laws of this country.
Thank you for that. But you know what is so profound that you said earlier on was that these people work at night, not during the day, and I would expect DMPR to be doing those regular visits during the day where it's safe, so that they can be able to see if all is still intact in terms of what had been put in place. Do you perhaps, maybe just before you answer, do you perhaps get a report from DMPR that is sent to you that says we have visited on this particular day? And what does that look like, this so-called regular visit? Is it on a weekly basis? Is it on a monthly basis? Do you know?
There's a monthly report of the areas that we're working in, where the DMPR visitors areas, but I've also got security reports from my own people, and the guns is not only there at night, the guns is there in day shift in daylight as well. So yeah, it's not always that easy to the police has been had many how can I say incidents where they have been shot at, they've been shooting at these guys. It's not normal.
Okay, thank you for that. So if you can also assist us, Mr. van der Berg, with the reports that have been provided with regard to just these regular visits, same as also been requested of DMPR, and of course the reports that you've received from the security companies. So these are security companies that you've decided to employ in order to just guard those spaces. Now, just going back to issues of SLPs, am I correct to be saying that this could include socio-economic rights for members of the respective communities where you mine at, whether it's Balforsfontein, whether it's the Kopanung mine? Is that not something that you must still take care of?
Yeah, sure. It's part of my responsibility to look after these communities, and we've got plans in place that has been approved by the DMPR. Every 5 years you lay a plan forward and you say this is what we're going to do, this, and the community works hand in hand with us to achieve those objectives.
When we went to Stilfontein, what we were told was that poverty is really at a peak. Unemployment is at a peak. Really, people are crying that the issue of Balforsfontein seems to have taken their right to food. Now, as somebody who has worked in that space, how are you then assisting those communities so that they do not find themselves wanting, taking into account that at a point, Balforsfontein made money out of that place. And there's also a cry around their homes to say they've got cracks and, you know, the environment itself is not really an environment that one would want to stay in. If they had options, they would move away from there. So what are you doing in relation to that to ensure that the environment is such that people can still stay there and be able to preserve, especially their health issues?
As I said, I've got a SLP plan that I have to look at and that I have to achieve as part of my Minerals Act, that I have to do this. But on top of that, we also have got other issues, the other things that we do for the community itself, you know. But you must also appreciate that I've got only so much people I can employ. These communities are growing at a pace much larger than what I can provide them with. Yeah. And I also got a business to look after. If my business fall apart or goes under, there's say 1,000 people that's going to lose their jobs, or 3,700 for that mine, and they're going to be part of that community again, who are sitting without jobs, and that will even be worse off. So still we've got a mine to run. We try and do everything that we can to look after our communities. And at this stage, I must say that my communities is actually quite happy with what we're doing with them. Over the last 3 years, we've done a whole lot of work. I cannot say in the past that it used to be like that, because at that stage the mines were making losses and losses and losses. So while the gold price is good and we can make a profit, we tend to spread that profit also to our communities to see, because a happy worker is a productive worker, and this is how I see this. So it's important for me that my communities are happy, but the need is extremely, extremely big. The need or the functions that supposed to be covered by the municipality is not being covered by the municipality. The roads are terrible, terrible, terrible. Rubbish removal is not happening. Sewage pumps is not being maintained. All the things that we pay taxes on is not happening. And we try to assist where we can to make life for these guys better. And you are welcome to go speak to my communities and then ask what Kopenhagen is doing for them.
It is so that the illnesses that are likely to befall one because of mining industry. In terms of your plan, have you looked at how you'd address those? Or is it, as you said, I think you said you built a school, you've looked at the sewage, is it sanitation, the pipes, you're complaining about roads. I'm not sure if you've done anything there. But at the heart of it is that when you don't have your health, doesn't matter whether you've got a tarred road. It would even matter whether there's a school. Health is imperative. Is it at the top of your list? And if so, what plan have you put in place? Is there a hospital in that area?
There is a hospital in that area. As we speak, I'm redoing the emergency room for the hospital. I'm building that for them. I'm fixing that for them. Yeah, we're doing what we can, but the needs are extremely big. The needs are extremely, extremely big, large needs. I will never ever be able to look at all the needs. My organization is just too small to do that.
So if we were to take into account what your balance sheet look like vis-a-vis the community of Kopanong, are you saying that it's not enough to be able to assist that very community that is endangered by mining that is happening in their own backyard?
The question?
The question is, you've got a balance sheet. You've got this number of citizens of South Africa that are staying in Kopanong. You are making money from Kopanong as this mining company. The extent to which you can be able to ensure that you deposit into those members of those communities vis-a-vis the balance sheet. Are you saying that it's so minimal that it would never make sense that you should go an extra mile, say for just building that emergency room that you've spoken about, looking at sanitation, you know, some of the things that you have mentioned. In fact, what I'm saying is, does it speak to the numbers of the community? Because I would imagine, from what we were told by Minister yesterday, is that 49, is it million or billion? Billion. 49 billion was lost as a result of, you know, this illegal mining. So your balance sheet does not come to that? And what is the challenge? So it does not really make sense why you should be mining then. Is that what it means, Mr. Van der Berg?
No, I think we misunderstand each other. You've got so much money that you make, okay? First of all, you have to look at your employees. You look at the life of mine, because you have to spend the life of, to get the life of mine. It doesn't happen all by itself. You have to invest capital to make sure that mine exists tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the year after that. That we're talking about billions of rands. I borrowed from my shareholder $2 billion to make Kopenhagen work. And I had to pay it back. It's not for free. There's no money, there's nothing for free in this country. If you think there's something free in this country, we all make a mistake. There's nothing for free. I had to take that money, spend it on the operation, so the operation can make money and have a life of mine. That operation was sold to me by Anglo Ashanti as being closed. There was no mine there. We only started making profits a year back. All the time I had to live from borrowings from the Chinese to make that mine work. And I had to pay it also back. So it's a business. You look at your income statement, you look at your balance sheet, and you say, this is what I can spend, and legally, this is what I must spend on my SLP projects. And this is what we're spending. We're complying to our SLP projects. But over and that, I think we almost spent about 20 to 30% over our SLP projects at this stage. So we are complying. At the end of the day, the day when I walk away from that shelf, I must guarantee that there's a mine for the next 10 years. If I don't do that, that community is gone.
Thank you. Maybe just one last question, because they're saying time is up. The percent that you're supposed to spend, do you perhaps know it by heart? I hear you saying you spend 20 to 30%.
I said I spent 20 to 30% more than my plan. I can't put it out of my head, but I think we're spending about 15% of your free cash that you're spending on SLPs. You spent about 80% on making sure the mine runs tomorrow and invest in the future, and then there's almost nothing left for the shareholders. You also have to look at the shareholders. They didn't pay the money, just put the money in there. You have to pay them back. I have to pay salaries and all of that. But besides the point, I think we're doing very well with what we're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our engagement, Mr. Van der Berg. There are a few documents that you have been requested to provide, and I hope your team has been taking notice of that. You will recall, I'm just mentioning the ones that came a bit later. There was an issue around the permission that you would have sought from Harmony Gold, Mr. House, I don't know whether that's going to be in writing or that is just in the report that you'll provide, where you'll allude to the conversation that you had and where he gave you this permission. The SLPs, we have already spoken at length with that. I hope your legal team was able to jot that down. Maybe just one other last question. The evidence is that some of the shafts could not be accessed because there was water. And that is why the illegal miners or any of those people that were underground could not move towards some of the shafts. Is that true or is it not?
The fact that there is water underground is like that, but I cannot say that it is preventing people to move from one shaft to the next because I don't know what the water levels is. And I think the guy that made that statement knows as much of that as what I do because he's never been there since the mine is not operating. There's no ways of getting to that point there. So my guess is as good as his guess, but the fact that there is water, it is like that. Some of the tunnels is flooded, but many of the upper levels is most of them are open.
So legal team, please do verify with your colleagues if there's any document you might have mixed that we do require of you. Other than that, Mr. van der Berg, thank you so much for really availing yourself this morning to share your insights about what happened in Fontaine and even giving us some lessons with regard to the mining industry. It is really valuable and it's going to assist us as we prepare the recommendations and of course making the findings. So you are excused. We are now going to take a tea break and it is 11:50. We will adjourn for the tea break, which is going to be for 30 minutes, and we will then reconvene to just tell you how we are going to proceed further. Thank you so much. We are now resuming. It's 13:29. We already have the SME that is on the podium. We are going to just introduce the people in the room to yourselves, and you can then also introduce yourselves. My name is Nomahlubi Kwinana, a commissioner in the Human Rights Commission. On my left is Commissioner Makwasha, also in the Human Rights Commission. On my right-hand side, it is Mr. Dladla, who is an expert in mining industry. We also have Mr. Modise, who is the member of our legal team. We also have Mema Busela, who is a part of our team. The report writers are in front of me, as well as the media personnel. We also have the language practitioners for our sign language that are on the other end. Today I see they've got somebody new, but I know there's Fortune, and I do not know the other lady. Andiswa. All right, we are now going to give you an opportunity then just to put the names on record, and you can also tell us if everyone is going to testify. Over to you, thank you. Please switch on the mic.
Thank you very much, and also good afternoon, Commissioner and the other commissioners, and all protocol observed. My name is Thulisile Manzini. I am the Director General in the Department of Small Business Development, and I'm accompanied by the colleagues who will introduce themselves. Yes, indeed, all of us given an opportunity, if there are questions related to our respective areas, the colleagues will also, they will all testify. Thank you. With your permission, we can ask Dr. Ramudumo to introduce himself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mudumo Ramudumo. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Business Intelligence, Sector-Wide Monitoring and Evaluation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kifue Mohapelwa. I am from the Department of Small Business Development. I am responsible for the primary sector directive. Thank you.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Batan Ramlambo from the Department of Small Business Development, working at the Legal Services Division. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We just have one more member of our legal team who has just come into the room, and that's Mr. Sitebe. If you can just wave, Mr. Sitebe. Thank you so much. We are now going to move over to the presentation, and DG would like for you now to please stand. Thank you so much. May I have your full names once more then on record?
My name is Thulisile Glory Manzini.
May I please have your age on record? Thank you so much. I know it's a difficult time when it comes to that with women. I accept. Are you going to take the oath, or are you going to make an affirmation?
I can take the oath.
Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat and we can have the next member of the panel.
It's on. Yeah.
May I please have your full names on record and as well as your age?
Madidimalo Aaron Ramudumo, I'm 57 years old.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
An oath, please.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection, ma'am.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, please.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. May I please have your full names as well as your age?
My name is Kifue Mohapelwa, and my age is 53.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The oath.
Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
I don't have an objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Help me God.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mulamu, Mulapo, Mulambo. All right, please let me have your full names as well as your age.
Bathandwa Raymond Mlambo, I'm 51 years of age.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
The oath, Commissioner.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection, Your Commissioner.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat. TG, I don't know if you have prepared a presentation for us. How long do you think it's going to take? We don't want to detain you for a very long time, but of course we still want to hear a lot of what you do in your office. And we've heard your cry, but you're welcome to raise it still.
Thank you very much. The presentation is not long. It is guided by the questions that were posed. I must say that before there will be two presentations, mine very short, and then there will be the one by my colleague getting into the actual matter and responding to the question. Firstly, when we received the invitation, the to and fro was because we were not too sure as to, in terms of our role and why. I must say up front, I want to thank the office here for allaying the fears and making sure that they explain, because I know I saw some of them correspondence. My PA said, what is the actual role of the DG, what is expected, and whether virtual, and I thought I can't do virtual because I want to be here and have the feel. Then I started following the proceedings because I take this very serious. And I see, okay, there are ministers who are coming. And I keep on checking, is our minister also getting it? They said, no, actually it's you. I'm like, I'm gonna go and explain that we also actually do have a minister in the department. So that is what I was asking on a lighter note to say, why am I here alone? We will try as much as possible to answer the question and to clarify the role of the department in the bigger scheme of things. So if it's agreeable, Commissioner, I can quickly just run through mine, which is very short, but the one that is going to then talk about the matter and our role very explicit is the next presentation. So this department, what I'm going to be talking to is the role, the mandate, the responsibility of this particular department, and also the reason also to be responding to the question that has been posed to us in terms of this inquiry, and also would also briefly touch on the considerations into the socio-economic consequences of unregulated artisanal minings that are made. This department, our Department of Small Business Development, role in addressing the socio-economic drivers of unregulated artisanal mining through enterprise development and also the economic diversification interventions. And again, while not mining, we are not a mining regulator per se as a department, our mandate is to support formalization pathways in all the sectors and also alternative livelihood creation, but over and above that also MSMEs development also in mining affected communities. So we are a department of small business development, looking at different sectors. Like I have said, you come in, you are in whatever sector, and there are rules and regulation in that particular sector where you are. You comply, you come to us, we do everything, your ESDs, and we make sure that we move with you up until where we have to be able to give you the necessary funding, making sure that we close the whole loop. So the overview about this particular department: one, we promote entrepreneurship, as we all know. We also support, we develop, and we strengthen MSMEs and cooperatives. And we always put emphasis on development. When people say we are from the Department of Small Business, I always say put development. Because I know in other instances you go, you apply, you put in a business plan, you apply for funding, they say, no, you don't meet the requirements, and that's it, and they don't say anything. The development part is that I'm interested in checking why are you not qualifying. For you to qualify, this is what you need to do. And this is not just something that I'm saying. In the past, if you look at the department, we had what you call SIDA, separate the development part. You had SETFA, the finance part, and then we had CBDA that now we are one. It's SETFA under one roof. So we make sure that, you know, the whole process from A to Z to make sure that up until the time a person gets the funding. And we do so for MSMEs and cooperatives. And again, we also facilitate inclusive job-generating economic growth and expand disadvantaged participation in the mainstream economy, especially for youth, women, people with disability, and also those that are historically disadvantaged. So within the Department of Small Business Development mandate, these artisanal miners constitute what you call your informal micro enterprises, because we have your formal and your informal. So the role is therefore confined to the enterprise development intervention, and that will include the enterprise activities, the formalization pathway that I already spoke to, because once when we are formalizing, we have to make sure that everything is legal, and we have to make sure that people comply with whatever rules and regulations that are there in the different sectors. And also the business skills development. We also do the compliance readiness. We make sure that we don't just say you need to comply, but we make sure that in the space where we want to assist you in, we make sure that we deal with the issue of the compliance readiness. And lastly, also the promotion of alternative and diversified MSME livelihood opportunities. So what is our role then, the role of the department on post-mining economic recovery? I need to put it up front that the department, we do not issue business licenses, but our mandate is to support, facilitate, and advocate for a simplified, enabling regulatory environment for MSMEs and cooperatives to make sure that, you know, there is something that people call it the red tape. So we make sure that it's easy for them to do business. So in relation to the licensing, this department's role is we are limited to advocacy for the regulatory reform. We are also limited to supporting formalization of informal traders and micro enterprises, also the coordinating with licensing authorities, and also the regulatory impediments that affect MSMEs. And lastly, we also facilitate easier licensing and also the issue of the compliance. So that is at a high level to say what is this department about in all, and we are found in all the different sectors, because ours is to, we know that in every sector, even how big it is, there will always be our clients that are small business. Having said that, to answer the questions as to why we are here and what is it that we are doing in this particular space, may I, with your permission, Commissioner, ask my colleague, Ms. Mohapo, to give the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, Commissioners. I will take you through the response that we prepared for your questions raised in the letter. So the purpose of the presentation is to outline the mandate and the interventions supporting MSMEs and cooperatives, and also to highlight regulatory challenges affecting MSMEs and informal enterprises. We have transitioned from calling them SMMEs, and then now they are called MSMEs because we understand that there's that progression from the micro up until the up to the medium. So it's now MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we also are here to explain DSBD role in mining affected and artisanal mining communities, as well as to demonstrate DSBD's contribution to the human rights-based development approach. So DSBD mandate and strategic focus lies in the promotion, formalization, and informal enterprises, as DG has alluded to. And then we also improve regulatory and licensing environment for small businesses. We also support the growth and sustainability of MSMEs and cooperatives. And we also enable inclusive economic participation in marginalized communities. And then what do we do when we do regulatory reform advocacy? We do reforms that enables MSMEs by identifying laws, bylaws, and administrative processes that hinder MSMEs in the spaces that they want to operate in. And then we also promote a single simplified licensing regime, especially in townships and rural areas. And then we also support reforms that make it easier for informal businesses to formalize. And then implementation of business licensing takes place at a local government level. So we are working closely with the local government spheres through the DDM model that has recently, been introduced. And then DSBD assists informal traders into micro enterprises to transition into formal economy, understand and comply with licensing requirements, access training on governance and compliance, and then
the request is that you move your mic closer and if possible, you move a bit. Don't move around. Yes. So let's try and see if it works.
yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Is it audible? It's fine. Okay. And lastly, we form and encourage and register cooperatives where is needed, where it's actually beneficial for the small businesses to actually come into a group as a cooperative. And then for licensing coordination, sectors requiring specialized licensing, DSBD collaborates with municipalities in terms of trading permits, business licenses, and zoning. And then the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, mining permits for artisanal and cooperatives miners are an initial requirement for us to be able to assist those individuals to form small businesses. And then we also assist them with the compliance in terms of SARS, South African Revenue Services, CIPC, and other registration requirements so that they can actually be in good standing for them to access the support that they require from our portfolio of support interventions, which is financial and non-financial. So the regulatory impediments affecting MSMEs. So despite the support that the MSMEs face despite the support, MSMEs face significant regulatory barriers. That is actually expressed in complex and fragmented licensing processes, higher compliance and regulatory costs, and lengthy processing times, and limited access to clear regulatory information. So the challenges additional challenges include barriers to support faced by informal and township enterprises, overlapping and conflicting regulations, and regulations applicable to large firms applied to micro enterprises, absence of tailor-made micro business license categories. So these are the types of the red tapes that we, as a department, we try to also try to address in order to actually simplify the process of registering businesses and enabling MSMEs to operate small businesses. So the support mechanisms for mining affected communities. This include funding support and non-funding support, and this is administered by our agency, SETFA, where grants, microfinance, and loans are provided. Business training, incubation, and advisory services are also a part of the support that we provide. Cooperative development and governance support is also provided. Township and rural entrepreneurship program that is aimed at assisting small enterprises that exist in rural areas, especially where the primary sector actually is mostly concentrated, say, with activities such as mining and agriculture and the likes. And then we collaborate with sector departments in form of partnerships, and the partnerships in discussion at the current moment include the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, the DTIC, COCTA, Department of Social Development, and then the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and as well as higher education. So what we do is we negotiate partnerships and collaborate on the basis of the competencies or maybe the mandates of respective departments, such that we ensure that we include all MSMEs in the creation of enterprises or ventures, so that it actually improves livelihoods and they create the much needed jobs, as well as to generate income and encourage them to take up roles in the mainstream economy. So we understand that given the responsibility that we undertake as the Department of Small Businesses, we need support from the human rights in the form of support for licensed artisanal miners, and then comply with safety, labor and environmental standards, respect community rights and water and land access safety, implement rehabilitation of mines and waste management. And then the Department of Mineral Resources and Mineral and Petroleum Resources must assess human rights impact before licensing, monitor compliance and enforce corrective action, ensure community consultations. These are some of the issues that we picked up in our discussions while we are negotiating our partnership interventions with the department itself. So we also contribute by supporting formalization and cooperative development, strengthening MSMEs and local economies, aligning economic development and human rights principles, promoting safe, legal and sustainable livelihoods. And then in conclusion, transforming mining affected regions requires an inclusive entrepreneurship support, coordinated governance and sustainable economic opportunities. And the department, the DSBD, which is Department of Small Business Development, is central to this transformation and plays a critical role in mining affected communities. While not in a mining regulator, I'm actually repeating what has been said by DG already. So it is for this reason that engagements regarding collaboration with the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources is actually being pursued to ensure that the uptake in the mining and the petroleum resources sector is actually upped, and then we create ventures that would actually create jobs in the communities of, as part of the rehabilitation of those, the economies of those communities within which this artisanal mining and small-scale miners arrive. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chairperson. We are done. That was our submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, TG and the team. We're now going to hand over to Mr. Modise, who's going to start by engaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and good afternoon to DG and all the colleagues that are before the Commission this afternoon. I must say I welcome the presentation, and perhaps we just want to get clarity and perhaps advice from yourselves regarding your presentation, so that also people who are in townships close to mining areas, they'll be able to know what to do. And perhaps maybe just to start, do you have offices in townships, or is it only in certain major towns or provincial offices?
We do have offices, but not necessarily in townships. And these offices is not necessarily Department of Small Business Development offices, but our agency, SETFA. So you will still see, because it's in the process of being rebranded in terms of the signage. Some are still written SIFA, some are still written SIDA, but that is just the writing. But in terms of the actual work, from October 2024, that merger had already happened. So to answer that, we do have the offices, because obviously they are the ones, they are our implementing agent. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. Perhaps maybe just to follow up, you have correctly articulated that most, you say MSMEs, it's no longer SMEs, it is medium, small and micro, small and medium enterprises. Yes, you mentioned that you assist in small businesses, and I just want to go, to narrow these issues, because the Commission wants to really establish, how artisanal miners, and your department could be in a position to assist them. We went to Stelfontein and to engage community members around that area. Obviously, it was in preparation of this hearing to do inspections and speak to residents around those areas. And most young people in those areas, informed the Commission that the only thing that they understand is mining. And when mines are closed, they do not have any other skills except mining, and that's why they feel if they can be given an opportunity to do artisanal mining and be funded, into getting to that space, because that is the only thing that they know, they'll be able to make a living. But I've also heard that you also give out loans, don't you? And how, when these people are unemployed and they don't have any funds or securities, as guarantees, why give loans instead of really help them to start businesses? Or is there any other means of funding artisanal miners as you also develop them in the process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have, as a department, different types of products that we give. There are those that we have what you call IMEDP. That one is 100% grant for the informal sector, where we give your equipment, your tools of trade for people that wants to do whatever that they do. For instance, in your townships, if somebody maybe trading and chips, making chips, and we can come in and be able to buy that stove for them, and then so that they can be able to, and they don't have to pay back. But we also have, as you move, there are different ones, and we also have another one that is called the asset assist. Then there we're talking about 250,000 and above. Again, they don't have to pay back, depending on the type of equipment, and you can see that it's starting to move to moving towards the formalization part. So in terms of the assistance, the financial assistance that we are giving, because we do give financial and non-financial support. And I also think the non-financial support part, I always want to push it and not be left behind, because if I have not prepared you, you are not ready, you have not in your life handled even 50,000, and I say here is a 1 million, I know for a fact that it's going to go to luxury type of clothes and branding. It will change you instead of, so we always want to make sure that you are ready and also go back and so we have got what you call there is a clear grant, like clean. There is a loan, but there is also, in some instances, as you move higher, you'll find that there is a grant and a loan, and depending on the type of percentages. But I don't know if you want to add, ma'am. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. As DG has indicated, we have different types of products. We have what you call blended funding products. The blended funding is actually a percentage of, a larger percentage in a loan form, and a smaller percentage in a grant form. This is actually supposed to address issues of security, because you would normally expect to be required to produce security. But in this instance, no security is required. So we understand the position of our small businesses, and we try to meet them as much as possible so that they are able to access the type of support that is required for them to establish these small businesses.
Sorry, through Commissioner Troy, just to explain the acronym that DG used, in case you're not familiar, IMEDP is Informal and Micro Enterprise Development Program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntatim. I think I was battling. I was just going to ask a follow-up question. Say, what is the meaning of that? So it's like you anticipated what I was going to ask. I note also on, I think it's paragraph 13 of your presentation, where you say, it's titled, does the DSBD provide support to artisanal miners and under what circumstances? We have shared throughout this inquiry that there's a gray area of interpretation of what exactly constitutes an artisanal miner as far as definition is concerned. Some are saying this is informal settlement, a sector which is not illegal in any form. You find people who have been working around, mining towns. As mines move out of this area, obviously there are other, people who come illegally and occupy those places. But most of, residents who live around these areas who have been working there, they'll start doing that aspect. How do you then, begin to assist them? Because firstly, these people are not really, given permission, and some of them are struggling to understand, the processes of, applications and formalization. How would you assist a young man or a young lady in Kuma, in Klerksdorp, in those areas, in Velkom, in Bombela, to say, I want to get into this space, but I must fill forms which require money for applications, to be able to get, a license or a permit. What would your department do to assist such a person? Thank you.
Thank you so much, commissioners. You're quite right. There's been a lot of contestation as to what an artisanal miner is and what is not and all that. But my conceptual definition of artisanal miner, it's any other person who use rudimentary tools to do the kind of work he or she wants to do. But where we come in, given the socio-economic challenges that this country faces, usually people would not wait, because poverty will jack you out of your house to go do something else. But we are in a country that is governed by certain rules and regulations. And where we are coming in as DSBD is we understand the socio-economic challenges that these people have, and they will develop their own self-made tools to go do the kind of work that they do. We would normally encourage people to bring themselves together, approach us, avail ourselves to them, and say, we are here to walk the journey with yourselves. These are the kind of things you need to do. Register yourself, be lawful, do things according to the law, But if you go open up a lead somewhere and you start doing other aspects which may be considered as unlawful, because if you look at, we are a secondary to the primary function which requires some form of licensing by certain departments, minerals, as you put it. Because the surface area, as you may know, particularly from those of us who are coming from rural areas, the surface areas are under traditional leaders. They can do A, B, C, X, Y, Z. But the moment you go deep, you go into the asset of the state, which is the mineral. And obviously, the state would then say, yes, I would want to make sure that you access this kind of minerals and do the kind of work that you do. But you've got to follow A, B, C, X, Y, Z. So once they formalize themselves in that way and they come to us and ask, what kind of support do you provide? We then say we provide X, Y, Z, A, B, C kind of a support. Then we are in a way checking if you are SARS compliant, if you are registered, if you meet all the requirements. We are there to support and obviously even find other pathways to say once you get this kind of mineral, you can do earrings, you can do some other businesses there, you can employ 1 or 2 people there, and that is how South Africa grows. Because I can tell you, if you look at the situation now, it requires that we all stand up and do the best we can under the circumstances. Thank you so much.
You know, Doctor, I hear what you're saying, and appreciate the response, but you know, your response speaks to someone else who may be sophisticated to approach SARS and all those places. Don't you have a type of an advocacy unit where you get to those spaces, and I'm going to narrow it now to that area where this incident took place, Stilfontein, and say, look, guys, we understand some of you may not be in a position to get money, that you'll need for SARS, money for, registration to organize yourself and give training and skills so that, at least you don't wait for them to come to you, because I'm sure the department is aware of the plight, poverty, and especially areas where, former mining areas. So what I really want to understand from the department is, don't you have such units in your department that says we should not wait for people when we are privy to their circumstances and their challenges? Let us go to them and really assist, give them information and coordinate through municipalities and all the partners that you stakeholders that work with. I think for me that is a more of a proactive approach than waiting for them, to come to you. And obviously some of them will just be defeated by SARS and not having, means of really, knowing how to fill these forms and all that. That's just, I just wanted you to, if you can really comment on that. Is that possible as far as the department is concerned?
Thank you so much. We do advocacy and we do training. Let me give an example. Next week, Monday, I'm assigned to the Free State to go to the community and talk about the spaza shop support that we have and we provide. And we go all out with very many other officials to say, these are the forms, this is what you need. That is exactly what we do. Few months ago, we were assigned to some area around Giani in Mopani. We provided training with our SEDFA officials, with the municipality, and it works so well. So these are the kind of work that we do. We do not necessarily wait for them to come to us. Once we realize through our information session, through the knowledge that we gather and accumulate, we begin to understand the trends and what is happening. In most instances, as and when we go about doing our readings, we pick, okay, there is in the West, there is a problem there. What is our role? What can we do? What kind of a package can we take to the Western side? If that is Northwest, what is it that we can do? And exactly, this is what Mr. Masora and the team are doing, constantly going out to communities to say, here we are, this is the kind of support that we provide. And people are coming in in numbers. Thank you so much.
You know, I have a friend, I call him DR. And I have a friend, I call him DR. I don't want to say doctor. He enjoys that. So DR is fine. Okay. Doctor, I'm from Free State. And I work in that province. And how do people know of that, you know, DSDB will be going to Free State, where in Free State, and how do people access that information? Because good and well, and really appreciate, you know, what you're doing. But if like organizations like Human Rights Commission would know about these things, you know, and that's where we speak about stakeholders engagement and all that. How do we know where you'll be in so that we can also, you know, as a institution that supports, you know, constitutional democracy and support, you know, government institutions, how do we then go about, you know, knowing exactly where you are and where do these people get information that you are coming? Thank you.
Can I put it out there that you're asking this because you've got an office that you are concerned about? He is our provincial manager in Free State.
Thank you very much. And a very good question. And because it links up to the initial question that says, do we have offices? As much as we do not have the offices as in Department of Small Business Development, and we have SETFA, but we don't work alone. There is something that we call IGR, the intergovernmental structures. So in all the municipalities, all the LED officers that you see there, those are the people that we work with. And I'm also quick to say, even when we go to any province or any municipality to give whatever that we need to give, whether it's stoves and whatever, or trucks or cars and whatever, because we really do, we are very generous. We do not just go as a department because we don't know. So we do it via those municipalities, so we make sure that we follow the necessary protocols because they will know. They will make sure that they issue the call, they get the people in the hall, they get the necessary training, because we don't give you before we have trained you. But secondly, we also have something that you call a PCF, the Provincial Coordinating Forum. That particular forum is chaired by myself. This forum, I have all the 9 HODs of economic development in all the provinces, because then we want to speak the same language in terms of the assistance that we are giving and be able to understand. I will never rock up in any province without them knowing. And Minister then at her level has got what you call the MINMEC, where Minister is meeting now with the MECs for economic development, because we are shaping the agenda to say we are not working in silos as much as, because the way we are working, even if they said it was just one small office in Pretoria, we'll still be able to reach the people, the number of people that we reach, because of us working with all the other people. We don't work in silos. They will announce, it will be also our social media, it will be everywhere, and we take interviews and we talk to radios in the office. When we know that we are in the Eastern Cape, I look around for somebody who can speak the language. When we go to Free State, when we go to wherever, we always make sure that there is somebody that is actually, that speaks the language, so that people can also ask questions. But we work with the local, with the municipalities, and these local economic development officers that are there. These are the people that we're good. But again, government has got what you call DDM, the District Development Model. And again, we do have people in the office that lead with that. It makes it easy for the issue of the coordination, so that we can make sure that we are able to reach as much people as we can. But again, with what I've said and what Mr. Mlambo was correcting me to say, I must say the full term. When we target people, we target according to the different segments. We know that this one, when we look at this person is up to this level. I can talk 50,000. This particular person is at this level, because we have got a lot, lot of products, but they are aimed at specific. So we do go and be able to do the trainings, but of course working with the people of that particular area who will then also be able to direct us accordingly in the areas where we need to go to. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. You know, I work a lot with municipalities, and we have released a report, you know, in the Free State against municipalities in many aspects of service delivery failures, and we're expecting some of these municipalities to give us responses. And in every engagement that we have shared with municipalities, even in our reports, I think issues of economic development, local economic development, comes to the fore. DG, and this comes as a request and through you, Chair. We have amongst us Commissioner Makwasha. She's, you know, assigned for business and human rights, and I believe her office is better, you know, positioned to be given this information, so that as and when your office will be going to Free State, we should be notified and take our monitors to those places, so that we make sure that, you know, people who are supposed to get and to know about this, you know, intended trainings and fundings do get it. And I'm not saying municipalities are not doing that, but Human Rights Commission, you know, when we monitor observance, and poverty is a problem in you know, especially in Free State. So we would really appreciate if that could be you know, coordinated through. I hope I'm not giving a lot of work to Mr. K, because I would really want to know, DG, where in Free State will this be taking place, so that I can, you know, immediately sensitize my team in Free State to say, there is this thing that is going on next week or next month. Go there and monitor and make sure that, you know, people around those areas and you know, they get assistance. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Regarding that, I think it's very easy. In all the 9 provinces, we do have a person that we call a PM, a provincial manager, that is responsible. It's like in Home Affairs, they will have the provincial director who is responsible for all the Home Affairs. So the coordination of the work in the Free State, there is a person from SETFA who will then be able to, they finalize the processes and make sure that they do what you call the needs assessment, so that whatever training or whatever intervention that we do is seriously targeted to what has been identified. So I will definitely, is one of the notes that I've made, to make sure that we take the person from SF, that the PM, and ensuring that they identify the specific area where it's going to happen. But again, your intervention or your assistance will be much appreciated, because you will be guiding us to say these are the areas, because sometimes we can come with these programs and somebody can say, actually, there is an area that is you are overlooking. So I have taken note of that, which is something that it's an undertaking.
Thank you very much, DG. Lastly, I just want to find out from you, DG, the area of Stilfontein has really experienced a lot of trauma, and our observation, clearly engagements that we had with a number of people, young people, middle-aged people, and elderly people who knows mining as a way of living, and as mines closes, you know, these people are just left destitute, and most of them resort to, you know, this artisanal mining, which end up being, you know, a criminal offense to some extent. What intervention would your department do as far as that area? And I know these challenges across the country, where, you know, we find mining, you know, communities where mines were really vibrant and communities dependent on mining, and then mines close and then they leave and become ghost towns. What interventions, particularly regarding this area, could be done to assist that area, and if, you know, we can get that would really give us joy. Thank you so much, and that will be my last question. And thank you, DG.
No, thank you very much. Every intervention that we do, there is what I have said, you're going there just to check what is the need assessment and. But again, having listened to what has been raised is that there are different departments with different roles, which means from my part, I will know exactly what needs to do once I have access to say what type of product can I then give here. So it means this is something that I need to take back. We have in government what you call the clusters, different cluster systems. Take it to the cluster where my colleagues sit, where there will be the DG of minerals, the DG of social development, the DG of where we sit and say, colleagues, here is an issue that is facing us. I think let's look at this area via our principles, of course, and identify it as a priority area. But what is it? And for me, as a Department of Small Business, I can do this. You as a Department of, but we need to move with that because we have got different champions that deal with these issues in terms of the district champions that we have. And I have heard that you say in that area, all the people know is the issue of mining, and once that doesn't happen, then they don't know what to do. So it's something that I'm putting and say there is a problem statement that we are having. But how do we make sure that these people are ready so that they can benefit from us? But when I talk readiness, somebody else is taking them from another angle, because like I say, all departments have different mandates. Somebody, before they even look at whether you are ready, whether you have a permit, they must make sure that your livelihood, you are safeguarded. I must also look at whatever. So I'm looking at this issue as we are talking about it to say it's not an issue that only one solution, a one size fits all, but it's something that different departments must really, different departments look into this and make sure that when there is a solution that can come, it's solution that is not just as part of it is theory, it's something that people can touch and feel. But the colleagues that are here are listening, and they know that when we go back, we need, of course, as I lead, we need to craft something that I can put on the table and say, here is this issue, how do we go about, so that when we are called back, I must report that on a specific date I was sitting here and this is what has been done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Commissioner Makwasha.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Modise. I know that the reason why the other legal or evidence leader is not asking questions, that he falls within my office, and my office is responsible for business and human rights. And I think you've given us quite an extensive presentation in terms of your department's role, especially in the artisanal mining space. And unfortunately, and I think often because you're an expert in the area, you're quick and you assume everyone is running with you. But I think that I note the presentation, and I think it's important that I think Mr. Modise also highlights that when we have community engagements, what we often do is we call upon other departments so that when we speak to the communities, we are able to share this information with them. So I think it's important perhaps we can start having these conversations. Just my question, we were advised by the minister that approximately 21 licenses in terms of artisanal mining have been issued, given for the financial year of 2024-2025. That's from the minister. I just want to understand perhaps in terms of the support that you give to artisanal miners in this space. How many have come to your department? If you don't have that information, you can also just provide it to us in writing. That's the first question. My second question, you spoke about legislative gaps, and I think that is something that we also want to speak to ensure that when we make recommendations, we address these legislative gaps. And in the presentation, because you were very passionate and you're experts in this area, you went very fast. Can you perhaps slow it down so that we're able to understand what the legislative gaps are in terms of artisanal mining, and whether or not you have, because government has moved away from operating in silos, and whether or not in your engagements with the department, you're able to perhaps work towards bridging those legislative gaps. Those are my two questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe just for clarity before we respond, which minister?
The Honorable Gwedemantash, on behalf of the, is it DMPR, made presentations that 21 licenses were issued under artisanal mining, but because you assist in the whole cycle, the development aspect, you could perhaps give us an idea of how many come to you for development and then in terms of the legislative gaps.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that clarity. Ms. Kifua.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. We do acknowledge the fact that there is a very low uptake of our products in the mining sector. The reason that we are actually pursuing a partnership with the department is to actually match, to actually identify areas of collaboration that would actually assist in enhancing the uptake of our products that are aimed at supporting small enterprises in terms of startups, as well as their growth and development. So we realize that the issues of legislation, when we develop legislation, when the development of legislation is made that affects businesses, it actually is addressing mostly the formal businesses, and the informal sector has to actually go through the same channels that actually are aimed at addressing issues of a formalized type of business. So the support, the requirements for support actually still demands the same qualification criteria as if a business is formal, you know. So the required compliances, the registrations, and everything else is actually a requirement. And there's no special regime in terms of maybe a differentiated type of tax for the informal sector and stuff. So those types of issues, they're limiting factors to most small businesses or maybe the informal sector. So somehow an intervention is required so that we are able to fully support small enterprises. Thank you.
Mr. Dladla.
Ah, now it's working. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm struggling to see the DG.
Can we move it, please?
Just a little bit forward, yeah. Yeah, thanks, DG. I'm impressed by how you are keeping up with all these acronyms. I don't know how you keep up with all of them. Yeah, but the history of our country has always had mining as one of the contributors. And I think as black people, one way or the other, we have came across mining, and mining affects us directly. But of late, we are experiencing, in fact, the problem of illegal mining. So Minister Mantashe did school us yesterday when he appeared that there's illegal mining, there's artisanal mining, and there's small-scale mining, which comes in micro and medium. So, like Commissioner was saying, that 21 mining licenses have been issued, But what is not clear, whether it's artisanal mining or is it small-scale mining, because small-scale mining is mining, but not at a larger scale, like your formal or big mining as conglomerates. So I wish to ascertain from you, from your department, have you seen the need to start addressing, because one of the things is to fight illegal mining is to formalize it. And I heard in your address that in your presentation that you help your clients, if I may say, to formalize, so that they are able to work in the mainstream. Are there any programs, and have you been engaged? Because with the Department of Mineral Resources issuing all of this, I don't think they've even spoke about, Commissioner, about the composition of the artisanal miners. How are they composed? Whether is it a what is this? I wrote it down here. A cooperative, like you were alluding to. So have you been engaged by the Department of Mineral Resources about artisanal mining and the formation and the formalization of it before?
Thank you so much, Commissioner. You're quite right. We are a country with rich history. From Benoni to Western area. And hence you begin to see what is happening in the city center. That is not a fluke, but the effects of the mining that started in the early Johannesburg. Anything that trigger becomes tectonic, and a lot of things go. We sit as an economic cluster with Department of Minerals on a regular basis. There is what you call ESET cluster, economic cluster. And all we are hell-bent on doing is support each other. We gravitate towards a particular problem. They will develop maybe a policy document, and our important aspect would be, how do we cater for the MSMEs? So those that are legalized, those that are formalized, those that still need to be legalized and needs to be trained, that is what is being done. Of course, the very same miners who lose jobs would know what is happening there. And at the back of their mind, they would still have this perception or this mind, the thinking that there is still few minerals there and all that, and hence they may as well have to go in there too. But the most important thing is, how do we, as the whole of government, work together towards assisting in the main aspect that relates to what the department does, which is to lead and coordinate, working together in the development of small business. That is basically what we in the main do. Thank you.
Do you want to bite? Okay. Thanks, Dr. Aaron. Now, a simple one. Would you help someone who wants to apply for a mining license as an artisanal miner?
Thank you so much. We do not provide licenses. Licenses are issued by a particular department. But once this department issues a license, and this person has no sense, this person has little knowledge, that is where we come in. How do we then assist? You've got this license to sell tomatoes. How can we then create a shade for you so that when it rains, your tomatoes do not rot? So what kind of training? We need some, we do some need analysis. Once a person would have complied, we come in, bring them together. This is what we do. We would do that for as long as such an entity, such a person, such an organ has complied with the requirements as stated in law.
Maybe also, I know I speak fast, Commissioner, I apologize. For instance, I think what Dr. Ramudomo is also saying is that for all these different sectors, there are also different requirements that people must, comply with. So if, for instance, you come to us and you are saying you have qualified as a doctor, obviously you'll need to have those qualifications. We don't issue that. It will be done. Department of Health will have done whatever that they need to do. But now, you as doctors, you want to have this building where you can be able to assist people. We come in. So again, with the same here, once you meet all those requirements, that's why we say we work, is the whole ecosystem, we work together, all of us. You meet the requirements there for you to be able to come this side. If you come and say to us, we need to buy you or give you a license, or give you money because you want to put solar panels, and I'm sure there is somewhere a certificate that you must get the proper training, and then we come in to say, then we can assist you because you have satisfied all those requirements. So the simple answer is that because it is the competency of the Department of Minerals to be able to do that, we will then come in when you show the certificate, we've made the requirements, and then we will be able to assist you with the machinery, with the equipment that you will need in as far as our department is concerned and the threshold. Thanks.
Thanks, DG. Mining is complex. Mining is complex. It's not like getting into a shop and getting a license. My worry, Commissioner, is we did not hear even from the minister about the process of applying for an ASM license, but they've issued 21. Maybe we fell short in asking that as well. Now, just of general knowledge, is the department privy to information, even if it may not be a prerogative, of how does one go about acquiring a license for ASM? ASM is artisanal and small scale mining. Just that, so that maybe that could help us somewhere.
Commissioner, I am not aware of the process, and I think it's something that we can actually get in as far as the clusters are concerned, because I think with all the different licenses people come, we just see the final product, but no, I am not, and I looked around and I don't think colleagues are aware. Thanks.
Thank you, DG and team, and I truly appreciate that honesty, because that becomes part of the problem as well, because if you go to the DMRE, before you even apply, you need money, of which it was not stipulated how much is needed for one to obtain an ASM license, and the process. So I was asking, trying to link it up with your non-financial support that you spoke about, that we can take you in as a small business development and take you through, because we understand the steps of applying for a mining license as an ASM. So once you go through that, you go to the next department, then you apply. Once you have a license, then you can come back to us, then we can take you through all of those. I don't know if there's something to say on that. If not, then I'm okay.
There will definitely be something to say, because every time a question is asked, my mind, it works 24/7 to say, as a department, I think we might be out there playing our role, but we can actually even influence, because the way you are saying it, the person is coming in, I assume, because I don't even know there's money involved. So the person doesn't have the money for the license for them to even purchase it to me, which is something I never that angle thought of. So the notes I'm making are some of the things to say, colleagues, so when we say people must have the license, what are we talking about? Because I'll assume that they just get given a license and only to find that there is a problem. So all I have to say here is that those are some of the gaps that we're supposed to note and see how we close the loop. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. My last bite. Just the last one, Commissioner. I heard you, DG, speaking about asset assist, whether it's grant or loans, and what type of assets, because there are different types of assets. Are you also able to assist in immovable or movable assets? We are talking about mining here and acquisition of land, and which is far more complicated than other types of assets. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. When I'm talking about asset assist, like buying your this big equipment and machinery, but when I now come, there is another one where we talk infrastructure, the business infrastructure, you know, big buildings and big infrastructure. So we do have that type of separation. Maybe again, I am also quick to say this particular issue, I am sure that on the issue of the licensing, because of the CEDFA, the CEDA part, the training and support, it's something that I think that particular unit of ours is something that they do, but it's something that I can actually also check, because people will be coming in as they are to say, I am interested in this, and be assisted, and then to be able to close that loop. Thanks.
Thank you so much, TG. TG, has this department ever been involved in mining issues? Have you been involved in that space, or as a department? Yes.
As I indicated in the presentation, I alluded to the fact that there's a very low uptake and no uptake at all of our products in the mining sector. So at the current moment, we are in the process of negotiating a partnership with the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, such that we combine competencies in order to be able to include the mining sector players in our portfolio of support. So based on the success of that partnership, then we are going to be able to rope in small businesses in the mining sector. Thank you.
No, the mining industry, we are told, is very expensive. The witnesses that came before you, the gentleman said he had to get an investor from China for $2 billion US dollars, just for him to be able to fund a Kopanong mine. So the pace of this department, can it go that far?
That's a tricky question. But then I would say we have quite a sizable threshold, because we can fund, through our agency, we can fund small businesses up to 15 million. So if they organize themselves in a cooperative and they make a justifiable case, we also have cooperative support funding that is available so that we can maybe see how far they can actually do it in stages, various stages, because you don't go fully fledged into mining because there are certain criteria that needs to be met. You start small scale and you grow gradually. So I think with our pairs, they can actually give them a start, and then when they grow, there are other sister departments which can actually assist, like the DTIC and others. Thank you.
So years ago, when I used to hear about your department, before you changed the name, I remember that we were told that you partner with whoever that you'd have given the grant, and for a period of time, just to make sure that they understand, the dynamics that are involved in running a business. Because truth be told, a lot of people don't really know how to handle the money. Like you said, DG, you can give somebody R1 million today, it will be something else. It will be spent on clothes, like you said, could be spent even on the cars, So do you still do that? Because I would imagine that situation that should exactly be what should happen. To say, once we have given you as an artisanal mine, you start small and then you grow from there. And then maybe whilst you are there, you can then have somebody that you can team up with, have those cooperatives, and then we can move forward. So I think South Africans are listening to you. They've been listening to us for a couple of days now. So they want to know, what are these opportunities that are available to them, and how do they access them? So maybe if you can just go ahead and to say, whilst you have said there are offices in all 9 provinces, I believe, how do they really access you? Is it by way of website, or do they need to physically go to these offices, or there are other avenues that they can use just to be able to access this information?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. There are a lot of avenues in terms of accessing us, and I'll come back to the question, but I always say, when I meet a person and they say to me, hey, usifuni funding, I said, funding for what? Because I'm trying to establish if the person is aware of what is it that this department is about and what is it that we do. And only to find that they don't know. I said, you don't follow us on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, like you don't know what is the latest, and there's a lot that is happening. But even before people can go to the offices, when you get into the website, actually you can do everything while you are sitting at home if you do have access, because it's also about the issue of access to all these things. But in terms of the pairing, yes, it's still happening. We pair you with what you call a business advisor. So there is, in all these offices, there are business advisors. So if I meet a person and they tell me an idea that this is what I want to do, and I say, which province? They tell me. Go to that province, they take you through. By the time they give you that big machinery and whatever, you would have been properly prepared. But again, there will be that business advisor that goes with you. And the person will call me and say, I've been attending this, they're still not giving me. When I ask that person who's the business advisor, will say to me, the person is not ready, because they're supposed to do this, because they help you with the full spectrum to make sure that it's you up until, where will you get a department at this time and age where they have people who will help you with the business plan? From the business plan, then they make sure that you are funded. It's us, and it's done. So we pay you. We don't just give you and just leave you, because we know what is going to happen. We will, because I'm not advertising for cars, but I know that a person will say, I want to buy a bakkie to move things from point A to B and back, only to find that when you go a few months later, It's a car that they can't put even a cent because it's a beautiful parquet that the person doesn't want it. But when they applied, the way they said it, it was like the park is going to be, working. So we do pay them, and there are people who are doing that. But how do we do that? Because one can ask that, are there people in the offices enough for them to do that? No. There are trainers, training providers in all the provinces. So we partner with a lot of people. So again, as much as we advertise for people to come in, but for also service providers in that particular space. So we have people who are, the person will say, I work for SETFA, not necessarily that they work for us as 8 to 4, but they have a contract with us to be able to make sure that the training is properly provided to make sure that people are ready. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I must just put a disclaimer there to say, in Mpumalanga, at least your office was represented. I think it was around the 21st of March. And the lady who gave the talk really gave us a lot to think about as people that were there. So we shared that podium. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because Mr. Mudisa was asking for Free State. And in Mpumalanga, we have seen it happening, DG. So I hope you don't leave us out. This time you decide to have an engagement where you are educating the community. We can always come in as well and say, by the way, the right to trade is a human right. And when you give us that space, equally you'll also get that opportunity with other people to educate. But thank you so much for availing yourselves this afternoon. We're really grateful for the work that you do. We think you are doing a very good job in ensuring that as a country we're economically viable. But I think you must just do more in training us as different communities so that we can occupy those spaces meaningfully and we don't lose any of the funds that we are going to get. But Tichi, tell me, do you ensure that I plow back? I know you said some are grants, but do we plow back? We've got another institution in the tennis, it's called the Tennis Development Fund. What they do is, whilst it would have been a grant, but they also say it's actually for you to bring it back so that you make sure, and you give it back without interest, and you've got 12 months as a free ride. When you give it back, you are making sure that those that follow after you, the other generation, is equally going to be given the same opportunity that you got so that our fiscus does not run dry. Do you have something of that sort?
We don't, but what we have is that in some of the product or our offering, we also, for you to qualify and to get, the number of jobs created, it's something very big. We want to know the number of jobs that are created, and you find that because of us doing that, even with the one that we are currently busy with, the incubation IBDS, I like the acronym. Mlambo will help me. The incubation policy, where you incubate them. And then they are on their own, and they can also incubate, and by so doing, you are able to then be able to have more than one person in that particular space. So, but no, in the way it's done with the lawyers, the way we have said it, no, we don't. And again, I hear on a lighter note about Mpumalanga, and I'm actually very happy to hear that because I am from Mpumalanga.
Yes, that was in Povana. It's Povana.
Produce, Chair, my colleague says I want to speak for Free State.
I hear there's a cry about Free State that there's no presence. I I happen to support the district Thaba Mfutsanyana in the Free State. And we are doing a lot of work in the Free State in Thaba Mfutsanyana district. And I don't know if you are aware of what is happening in Thaba Mfutsanyana district, because we have partnered with the municipalities, the district, and the local municipalities, and we try as much as possible with CEDA, which is the branch which is in the Thaba Mfutsanyana district, to spread as much programs as possible, and there's on a rotational basis within the district. So I don't know, maybe where there's none, there's not much activity. I don't think Thaba Mfutsanyana is part of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, for that information. You want to engage, Mr. Mdisa?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I did not insinuate that there's nothing happening in Free State. But what we wanted to really clarify is that we should be engaged as Human Rights Commission. We've got our monitors there. There's programs that deals with human rights and poverty, human rights, and you know, job creation and all those things. So if we know as Human Rights Commission, then we'll be able to send our monitors, our the AROs, advocacy officers to those spaces and really make sure that we then also advocate for human rights and budget and all that. So that is very important for us as provincial office. And now that I know that it is happening in Thaba Mfutsanyana, I'm going to really go after that and verify what is really going on there, so that we really track that as a provincial office. But thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that.
DG, if there's going to be anything that you'd want to submit, I think what you have said, by picking up some of the things that we have been posing to you that are likely going to influence how you move forward, maybe you could even just prepare a report for us, which we can then use going forward to say the department is even looking at developing some of these other avenues that you think there could be gaps, but also which there is room for improvement. So once more, thank you so much for availing yourselves, and please inform the minister that it was more of an operational issue, and that is why we thought we could engage you and we'd be able to answer that. But of course, I'm sure Commissioner Makwasha has got another big conference planned where minister is going to be invited, and you are all excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. And maybe through your permission, we are available and will appreciate given an opportunity when you go on road shows to make sure that I want to make that undertaking that we must always be someone from the department to answer the questions in terms of what the services that we offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Madlingozi. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister and your team. Thank you so much for gracing us earlier than the allocated time. We really appreciate that. My name is Nomahlubi Kwinana, the Commissioner in the Human Rights Commission. On my left-hand side is Commissioner Sandra Makwasha, who's also a commissioner here in the Human Rights Commission. We also have Mr. Lala, who is an expert in the mining space industry. We do have our legal team, and as I call them out, they must just raise their hands so that you can see them. Mr. Kenneth Sitebe, as well as Mr. Tunuko Mudise. Thank you so much. We also have Ms. Betty Mabusela, who's also in our midst. We are also being assisted by 2 language operators. And I know they've given me a different paper, Mr. Babudla. It's a new one. We've got Mehlengiwe Msingali, as well as Fortune Madlala, Deputy Minister. Yes, you know, we've got another language, which is the 12th language. So in compliance, that is why they're here to assist us with our persons with disabilities. We do have our report writers. There are before me, as well as the media personnel that is in the room. Minister, we're going to now give you an opportunity to then just introduce yourself as well as the team on record. And before we go to issues with regard to why you not the minister, we will get to that after we have administered an oath or an affirmation having been made. Thank you. Apologies, Commissioner Madlingozi. Because I said thank you, I also forgot to mention that Commissioner Madlingozi is the one that has been ushering you, and we are so grateful for him to be around us, because it was going to be very difficult, Minister. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for this opportunity. Our legal advisor will do the introduction of the gentleman that I'm with here. Okay, Commissioner, thank you for this opportunity. We are invited here today to respond to matters related to our participation in combating illegal mining. I would like to firstly apologize for the Minister's absence today, and further profusely apologize on behalf of the Minister and the Department for not appearing when you invited us last year, 2025. Commissioner, pardon? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, DM. At this stage, I just wanted your name on record, just to say this is Deputy Minister of Defense, and of course the other colleagues, and then we'll get to those other issues.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for correcting in that space. My name is Richard Mkungo. At ID level, I'm Conduct Richard Mkungo. Full names. I'm the Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. I would like my colleagues to introduce themselves because of pronunciation of surnames and yeah. General Samuel.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Good afternoon, Commissioner and members. I am Lieutenant General Sangweni, who is responsible for operations in the SANDF.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. I am Brigadier General Keswell Sinetemba Mhlauli. I'm a legal advisor within the Defense Legal Services Division in the Defense Force. Thank you, ma'am.
Whilst you're still on the stand, you can just introduce the colleagues.
Colleagues at my back, it is Mr. Tsepe Mutumi just on my, behind me on my right. And he is an advisor within the ministry to the Minister of Defense. To his right, it's Mr. Siabonga Nkontwana, who is the head of ministry in the office of the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Minister, I know that you wanted to immediately shoot from the hip by putting the apology, but before you do that, may I request that you stand in order for me to then find out, is it the oath or the affirmation? So whatever you say, Minister, it has to be under oath or an affirmation. May I request that you stand? So, Minister, what's going to happen is every time as Deputy Minister, every time that I speak, I switch on and then I switch off. You switch on your side, you speak into the mic, and just like that. So for now, DM, may I please have your full names as well as your age?
My name is Richard Nkungo, the Deputy Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. I'm 65 years old.
Thank you. Minister, are you going to take the oath or are you going to make an affirmation?
Commissioner, I'm going to take an oath.
Do you have an objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, Commissioner, I don't have objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I regard it to be binding, Commissioner.
Do you then swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. You may please take a seat and we can have Lieutenant General Sangweni. Your full names as well as your age, please.
I am Lieutenant General Sipiwe Laki Sangweni, 58 years.
Are you going to make an affirmation or are you going to take the prescribed oath?
I will take the prescribed oath.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, no objection, Commissioner.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you then swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant General. May we then have Brigadier Mutlauli. May I then please have your full names as well as your age?
My names are Keswell Sinetemba Mhlauli. I am 49 years old.
Oath or affirmation?
Prescribed oath, Commissioner. Prescribed oath, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No. No.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you then swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much, Brigadier. Deputy Minister, it is now that opportune time. You're welcome to deal with the preliminary issues, and of course, then you can go into your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner, once more for this opportunity. I was to say we are invited here today to respond to matters related to our participation in combating illegal mining. I would also like to firstly apologize for the Minister's absence today, and further to that, profusely apologize on behalf of the Minister and the Department for not appearing when he invited us last year. Before me, there is an apology, of which I believe you did receive, Commissioner, from the Minister. Commissioner, you invited us as a premise on the topic given to us to respond, to which is structured into three fundamental issues that are covered below. Firstly, our involvement in the operation was informed by the request from other state departments to participate in accordance with the legislation and legal framework. Secondly, our rules of engagements for Operation Prosper, which is the standard rules of engagements, is guided by the set rules of engagement in accordance with the legislation and legal framework. Lastly, our engagement with the civilian authorities is on the basis of our security cluster platforms and consultations with other involved state departments. I thought I should lay this background as the basis upon which our presentation is developed and presented today. Through your approval, Commissioner, can I now invite the department to present to you the details in line with the above fundamental issues? I will later come back to conclude the presentation. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. And the apology from the minister has been received, and it is well received, especially because he paid attention to an issue that actually kept us the other day for an hour by the other ministry. So we are really grateful for that. Thank you so much. You can hand over to the next colleague.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, Commissioner, and your panel and the members in the House. Our approach was to provide information that broadly was required for this session. I'll start from the position to indicate that Operation VALA UMGODI was a multidisciplinary intelligence-led operation launched in November 2023 for the purpose to dismantle illegal mining networks in South Africa. The South African National Defence Force operated under the code name Operation Prosper. The Operation VALA UMGODI is a code name which is used by the SAPS for various operations that they conduct. With the National Defence Force, we also have our own code that we code to particular operations. That is why you'll see the difference is Operation VALA UMGODI and Operation Prosper. In our records, it is Operation Prosper. Operation Prosper, which provides the legal and operational framework for the military to provide support to South African police in the maintaining law and order against illegal miners and or other situations which the SAPS deem it necessary and or are overstretched such that they will then need the support of the Defence Force. The scope of the operation was to provide a holistic response to illegal mining and its socio-economic consequences. The operation targeted high-level syndicate members, financiers, and kingpins through the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, while law enforcement, including us as the SANDF, provided a high-visibility policing and combating operations in identified hotspots. The initial planning in the SANDF, we wish to appraise you, Commissioner, that it was conducted by the Joint Operations Division staff, which are under my command, as well as representatives of the Services and Division who provides the capabilities, meaning personnel and equipment. The outcome of this planning was a Joint Ops Division directive issued out to those who are going to deploy. Simultaneously with this planning, then the employment papers application was sent to the presidency. Employment papers is what normally is, it is set as the minutes, presidential minutes, which then he issues out in Parliament. Before it gets there, we develop employment papers, because the President will have approved the request from the Minister of Police to the Minister of Defense for the National Defence Force to deploy. It is during that period of planning that one of the elements that are important is the developing of the employment papers, ultimately to the President, and ultimately the President inform South Africans through the two houses. The operation was executed by implementation of the signed employment papers, presidential minutes, the directive, instructions, and rules of engagement. This part is just to ensure, I think in your request was the framework. That is where now it comes through. Furthermore, we want to appraise this commission that the operation was also preceded by meetings at the National Joint Operational Intelligence Structure, which is normally called the net joints, as well as provincial joints. Now when it comes to the provinces, they also have got a similar structure but at provincial level, wherein in these two structures, all the stakeholders participated in the initial planning. Now, why when we say initial planning is then when the National Defence Force is coming in. The SAPS, it is standard, but then when the SNDF has to, we go through again with the SAPS and other role players as part of the final planning. During this planning, the structures of the SNDF were presented by the Chief of Joint Operations and officers commanding technical headquarters respectively. The technical headquarters is those units of joint operations who then get assigned to conduct operations which are in the provinces. I think we are well aware that Operation VALA, Operation Prosper was almost across all provinces. I'm saying almost across all provinces. There is where it was highly prevalent, but it was not in totality. For instance, in the Eastern Cape, it was not, there was no deployment in that area. The execution of the operation was conducted by net joints. Now is the execution. Net joints takes the lead and issue out directives. By default, I'm also the co-chair of in the net joints. We are the three of us, the SAPS, State Security, and the National Defence Force. The execution of the operation was coordinated at the net joints and focused on hotspots in different provinces. The SNDF contributed members to assist the SAPS with area cordons and security. In terms of coordination now with other government departments, my report or presentation, we will narrow it to the SNDF and the SAPS. There were other role players and also other security cluster functionaries. The coordination of Operation VALA was managed through the multi-agency framework that integrates military, the police, and civilian resources to dismantle illegal mining syndicates. During the execution of the operation, the Venue Operations Center, the VOC, was established to manage the execution of the operation in real time in the different provinces through the provincial joints structure. We can say that this NDF was fully represented in all of the VOC, specifically at the level of the provincial joints, and where there are deployments, some of members will then be part of manning the Venue Operations Center. During the execution, Commissioner, on the ground, the SNDF provided support to the SAPS. Primarily, we are in support of the SAPS. The legal provisions is that when we are called for this type, it is in support of the SAPS. We also wish to appraise this commission that the SNDF, as I said, supported, provide support to the SAPS. It also acted as a force multiplier by securing perimeters, conducting patrols, and offering logistical support to the SAPS where there is a shortage. This then allowed or enabled the SAPS to focus on arrest, search and arrest of the illegal miners. Then measures that were taken to ensure compliance as required by the Commissioner. The SNDF members conducted combat readiness first, where the soldiers who are belonging to the different services. It is the SA Army, is those who operate on the ground. Then there's the SA Air Force, which operates in the air, and then there's SA Navy, which operate at sea. But in these operations, you will find from the different services, but the expertise is the ground forces, which is the SA Army, wherein then they conduct combat readiness training. Every time when we're going to have an operation of this nature, it does not imply that as a soldier how experienced you are, but you will have to undergo combat readiness, meaning all the requirements for the deployment. That's where it starts. And then thereafter, after the combat readiness, which is primarily on the training of the details of the area where we are going to conduct the operations. Thereafter, it is followed by mission readiness training, which is tailor-made for a particular operation and includes confirmation and verification of the mission specifics and requirements. Mission readiness, it drills the soldiers who are going to deploy, particularly Operation Prosper. This is how we're going to do it. The area of operations or the situation require this approach. So it does not become blanket that it is Operation Prosper. In different areas and situations then of Prosper, the mission readiness will then narrow our soldiers to say, this is what we are going to do, this is how we're going to do, this is where we're going to deliver. Members of the SNDF were empowered with the rules of engagement. Again, an enabler to ensure that these combat-ready soldiers have been trained, refreshed, and then they were taken through to the mission readiness specific to the situation. And then if the situation demands or requires a code of conduct, with Operation Prosper, it is standard that they will have to undergo a combat readiness and mission readiness, and there are rules of engagement of how they must act when they are faced with the situation. The rules of engagement outline how they must conduct themselves as one of the measures during operations. They also get informed that the operation is in support of the SAPS throughout and to provide perimeter protection to the members of the SAPS. There, the SANDFs, it keeps being clear that it at the back in support of the SAPS, such that it allows the SAPS to concentrate on their core business. The deployed members were informed that the principle of minimum force is always applicable to such operations, and that they had a right, or rather, let me say, and then, however, they have a right to self-defense. SNDF members were allowed to detain civilians committing serious offenses and hand them to the SAPS for custody. I will amplify on this one so that it gets understood. Whilst we are in support and at the back, but if then criminality or situation comes through our soldiers, they have authority to act accordingly, but ours is to act, confiscate, or arrest, and then take over to the SAPS to continue with the necessary policing processes. I will reiterate that if and when there is an attack towards the SNDF or the soldiers, we have a right for self-defense. It should be understood that are not offensive when we are deployed in Operation Prosper, which is inside the country, and primarily the SAPS is there. We are in support, and by chance, if things happen that we are facing an attack, then self-defense comes to play as according to the rules of engagement. Furthermore, our soldiers were trained that discipline is part of the operation, and this was stressed to all members prior to the deployment. And emphasis was put on humanly treatment of civilians at all times. The SNDF members were also not allowed to search civilian or property, as it is a function of the SAPS, except on exceptional situation. If and when they see a situation is happening, maybe in this house, here is a criminality, then we are allowed to go in and work. But primarily, if the situation is okay, we avoid to get into searching and. The powers to arrest were exercised as the last resort. Commissioner, you'll hear we use the past tense because Operation Prosper or UMGODI, it was then, now, but there are things that are still applicable. The powers to arrest were exercised as will have had been exercised as the last resort, only in case the SNDF members witnessed the commission of a Schedule I offense being undertaken, like murder, rape, and arson, especially when there is no SAPS member around or available, and also when the members of SNDF are fired upon. So there are specific situations which get drilled to our soldiers, how and when they can respond. Was basically protection to the outer perimeters, assure our people in those areas that they are safe, but then there will be a situation, we know criminals, especially with the situation of illegal miners. Over time, it went as far as they were heavily armed, and for all security cluster functionaries had to be aware that they are highly armed, and then with the SNDF around it, then allowed them to be bit free, because we are trained to handle highly armed. So the role of the SNDF, even just by presence, those have armed think twice before, other than when the police in their different areas do not carry such high level arms. Commissioner, we intend to also appraise this House that the powers to arrest were, okay, sorry, that one we've attended to, in execution of the operation and as part of ensuring adherence to human rights, law enforcement agencies on the ground established designated exit points at mine shafts to allow the trapped miners to surface safely for processing. During operations, personnel from the South African Military Health Services, which are medics, okay, what was the correct word of medics? Second? Medical personnel, which are part of our deployment. We have doctors, we've got nurses. The personnel of the South African Military Health Services were also deployed and stationed at mine sites to assess the health of those who will resurface. The individuals required care will then be transported to hospital under police guard. This, we are appraising this committee to understand that whilst we are there to combat, but we've got medical personnel who are supporting us as soldiers, but their principles of medical health, compel them to act, even if this person was shooting at us or shooting at the soldiers. Then if and when he's injured, our medical functionaries will then go and attend to them. In this situation, because we were focused much more in the areas where illegal mining was happening, at some stage there'll be miners who are resurfacing, and then our medical personnel will play their role as per their oath and attend to them and hand over to the police or to the nearest station. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Sangweni. Deputy Minister, may I just confirm that is it for the team? We can now ask the legal team to engage.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to conclude, and in line with the submission that we have made so far, Commissioner, we continue to abide by the constitutional and legislative framework, regulations, our code of conduct, mission readiness training in all our deployments. This is an integral part of our ethos of support to the people. The SANDF remains committed and apply ourselves to the best interests of our people at all times, Commissioner. Your ongoing consideration and support will always be appreciated. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. We'll now move over to the legal team. And Mr. Stebe, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Minister and Lieutenant General Sangweni. I only have 3 questions. Time is not on our side. Lieutenant General, if you can, what was your assessment of the mission when you concluded Prosper? How would you have reported to the President the mission went? I don't want to trick you. I want then to follow up that question with saying, because X amount of people were starved to death, by whom, that's still a subject of this inquiry. But in your assessment of the mission, what did you report back and say you achieved or you did not achieve? Thank you.
Thank you. I would say, or what we reported, was that the areas that were flooded by illegal immigrants, the South African people who were suffering day and night because of the illegal mining in those areas. We also, that our communities were suffering, and with the decision to bring in the SANDF, drastically it reduced. I do not have with me the statistics. Hopefully they are there with the SAPS, but we also recorded. There were areas where people left their homes because of this illegal mining. We confiscated, I'm not sure if, let me not go to the numbers, but huge numbers of what the illegal miners were using to do their illegal mining, including weapons, including vehicles and trucks, which then they loaded, and then they are what they created to clean the whatever they came out with. Quite a number in various provinces were able to contain and reduce it. that is why then at a certain stage, it was assessed and agreed that the presence of the SANDF, they've done quite enough. The SAPS will be able to continue with their Operation VALA UMGODI. I will say our presence was very successful. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, I thought you'll go to my second question. Then what do you make of the fact that in support of SAPS, Operation Prosper came out with, how many died? Yeah, 85 miners died or were extracted, 83, 93. And even then, now we're learning that there were even young children, or there were children in those mines. Is that still a success? Definitely for affected communities that were harassed and assaulted and killed by illegal miners. But overall, is that the mission? And this time I'm looking for a short answer because I want to move on to the next one. I'm not seeking to seek a quarrel. I just thought in your answer you'll touch also on the fact that people were killed during Operation Prosper.
I'm not sure if I can use the terminology that they were killed. We as the SANDF or those who were deployed, we did not experience people, whether illegal or proper, who were killed, but there were people who passed away. But some of them will be pulled out after they've already passed away, and some, even when there were engagements, I think there was an area where amongst themselves they were fighting in terms of territory, and then they had an engagement amongst each other, the groupings that were discovered that there were different factions, and then others will found dead bodies, especially in Mpumalanga and in the East Rand. Yes, there were there were fatalities, but we do not know, or the SANDF during their activities just faced or discovered, and then we do what we do, attend to and hand over.
Chair, my sincerest apologies. I said people were killed. That's not correct. So I'm sorry for that, for putting that proposition to you. People died. Now, let me mix my second question with my first question because I feel that it was not answered still. So you arrive there, all the documentation is in order, the president signed, everyone is happy that you are going there, you're going to assist. But you arrive there and you find the SAPS saying, we're going to starve these people until they come out. And then someone else says, we're going to smoke them out. You are there, you are in support of SAPS. It's not you who's saying this. You're standing behind them. They're standing at the hole and they're saying all these things. Hypothetically, they are saying, we're going to close this hole with them inside. As playing a supportive role, how then do you understand your supportive role to be? Are you going to assist lifting the concrete to go and close? How did you understand your role to be supportive despite these assertions? I did not lead evidence on SAPS, so I can't really. Let me stop there. Thank you.
I would say specifically now it is still Fontaine situation. Us or the SANDF in support of the SAPS is a lead. Who determines the who and how? It is the SAPS. We are part of the collective, yes, but our role is there on the periphery, protecting. We cannot say whether that was a best decision of saying we're going to flood and but what we did, we continued with our role. Where we were visible is when there were extraction, when there's quite a lot of manpower that was required to pull this with there. Then some of the soldiers who were part of the protection of that area, they assist in pulling. They did not, our soldiers and us as we did not have a mandate to then counter a decision from the provincial joints, because it's per provinces. The approach of, like you say, we're going to, unfortunately, it's outside of our scope, and our soldiers adhered accordingly.
Again, not to be argumentative, I did not read the SAPS evidence. So the commission finds that the SAPS is responsible for blocking food and water into the shaft. I don't think then we should say those who are guarding the perimeter are absolved. In a murder case, the fact that you are standing outside guarding whilst the hitman does his job inside, it's still not good enough to say, no, but now I was standing at the perimeter. I did not enter. I don't mean to enter into semantics. I just want a clear understanding of, if you are right, when you are playing a supportive role and they are saying we're going to block these people, Wena, please stand there as we block these people. Is that enough for you to say, no, it's okay, I'm supporting, they say going to block them? I don't know. So, sorry, Lieutenant, I don't mean to step. Briefly, I ask my last question and I vacate the position. Thank you.
I understand how you are bringing in this. However, soldiers, we tend to be very rigid. It is our design, especially those on the ground. They will follow what you've been tasked for clinically. Also, the issue of, if I can use the word, maybe a decision, it is not as easy as after the effect. And also, if you are not on the ground, you can be able to have maybe different interpretation. But if then those who are responsible and the principals decide that, well, it would be unfair to saying the soldiers could have done something else, because again, it can also be against that particular soldier or soldiers. You see the dilemma that the soldiers will then be facing. Not only soldiers, actually anyone who is in a supporting role and is not where it is easy that you can just withdraw and leave it. The issue of the issue of the criminality of illegal mining is still there. So to me, I think it was not easy to have a position which is contrary to a planning and a decision from the one who is responsible. Thanks.
No, I accept that decision. That answer you were supporting, I wholly accept it. I don't know how we're gonna phrase it in the report. That's fine. My last question. Section 200, subsection 2 talks about territorial integrity. 201 2B talks about defense of the Republic. Now, a minister of Minerals spoke of how Zamazama activity drains the fiscus something of 59 billion, if I'm not mistaken. And then last year, around the 3rd of October, we had a former general of the SNDF who is now with the Home Affairs. And he spoke about how porous our border is, feeding this Zamazama business, because 90% of the people that were found were not South African. So he's saying that the borders are porous and therefore we end up with children underground. He at Home Affairs will look into this and that. Then my question is this: looking at your constitutional mandate and how then you had to run after Stilfontein, not before. You did not have intelligence of 190 foreign nationals being smuggled across the border. You didn't have that. You didn't have intelligence of children, 20-something of them, smuggled across the border, entering the country unlawfully, as the custodian of the territorial integrity of the country. But guess what? In Stilfontein, you run to support others. Is it a fair assessment that you ought to assess your participation as Stilfontein with your mandate to territorially guard the Republic? I don't know if the question is clear. If it's not, I'll pass. Thank you. Chairperson, thank you very much. I don't want to delay the commission further. Nyabong, that's my last question.
Yeah, I understand what you are saying. However, I've got a different opinion. We are struggling as South Africans, not as the SANDF, in terms of illegal cross-border movement. Remember, the port of entry, that's not the SANDF. But where we are making a difference. This grouping which you are mentioning just now, a big number of children, is the SANDF who confiscated those. But we always, in the periphery, we do not come out and say it, capture, hand over to the SAPS. But yes, the issue of borders to seal, to ensure that there's, we stop illegal cross-border movement into the country, is not that it is ignored. There is a standard standing operations that is continuing 25 hours of each day and night, currently in all the 7 provinces. So we are playing a very huge role. It is our core. Well, we'll say, but how are they still going through? Is inadequate capabilities. The SNDF has got inadequate capabilities to ensure. There was a time where there was very little coming in and out. It's because that time we had adequate capabilities. But the issue that when then there was a requirement for also Stilfontein, now that the illegal people who crossed in, they were inside the country, the principal saw it fit and important that we go and support and assist the SAPS. And I said, it was due when it was seen that the illegal miners are having big arms. It took maybe a year or two before the SNDF had to deploy under Operation VALA. But coming to the era of the border, I always, when I get a chance, request the South Africans to support the SNDF with the necessary capabilities, because we'll then do everything and anything that you want as long as we are provided. If we can get enough, the borders, we will close it to the nearest. That one I can assure. That's why when you go to the history, a few years ago when we had this illegal cross-border movement was very little, but it was happening. But it was constrained. Now because of inadequate funding, we are struggling. But you'll recall that as soldiers, we are very passionate of our South Africans. We sacrificed ourselves for COVID. That's how I always try and display. If we are tasked and there's capabilities or the situation, we go there even though we are putting our lives at risk, like during COVID. The issue of, what was it called? What, say again? Social distancing. In that small vehicle, 12, no social distancing. I'm making examples to saying, we South Africans, is you task us, is you who must use us. If then, as a South African, you say that it is not going right, you have got a right to go to the relevant levels and say, but here. I tried to, maybe I did indicate that in Stilfontein, when those were surfacing, the same SNDF was assisting them. That is the passion that we have with our medical practitioners. If and when we are able to arrest without any firefight, we are arresting and not. So yeah, I think I have, to a certain extent, answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stebe. Let's have Mr. Mrisa.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Minister. And I must make a disclaimer, Commissioner. I know Mr. Brigadier Mhlauli, but back in our practice back in the days, so I just wanted to place that on record. Minister, I just want to ask one question, and it's just for clarity and to understand. I see the report that has been provided to the Commission is not signed. Is there a specific reason why it is not signed, so that we get clarity? Perhaps if it's not signed and it is handed to the Commission, it becomes problematic because issues of accountability, authenticity comes to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On the part of, we understand that under normal circumstances, when you come to the Commission, you would provide a statement prior the date, of which when we realize we missed the first opportunity and the date was the 19th of January to hand at this time, the date was already passed for us to hand in. So what we have now is just a preparatory document to respond to the questions that were posed on issues that needed to be covered. However, General Sangwen will not have an objection from the statement that he has given now then to append a signature when it's printed. Thank you. Including the TM also.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think my colleague covered a number of questions. One last question from me. Yeah, those are relevant questions. I just want to understand, I want to respect your rank, Lieutenant General. Yes, I just want to respect that. When there were allegations that South African police services rationed, or they said a certain food should not go to people who were underground in the mines. And I just want to, maybe we're not there personally and all that, but did SNDF experience or witness food being rationed that was supposed to be or intended for miners who were trapped underground in the mine?
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, I cannot say, but I did not receive a report from the deployed members to that effect, but maybe we can look at it after and check if is there that they experienced such. But in the normal reports, it was not there from our deployed members.
I just want also to take you, Lieutenant, to, there's a bundle in front of you at page 699. I think it's Oh,
You'll pardon us, some of us are not skilled in this environment. Will then depend on our legal officer.
yes, thank you. I just want to draw attention to the fact that there was an application that was made in the Pretoria Gauteng division where an order, if you look at page 700, was made by the judge, a duty judge, and one of the orders that were granted by this court, I'm just giving you that information, Lieutenant General, because you are not aware of this. The respondents, at 3.1, the respondents were ordered to, within 2 hours of the court order being handed down by the judge, to allow community members, charitable organizations, and interested persons to, in an orderly manner, to provide humanitarian aid, including water, food, and medication, to the artisanal miners trapped underground at shaft 10 and 11 of Bellefontaine gold mine. So this order was granted by the court as a result of a concern that was raised by committee members that SAPS was denying food going to miners who were trapped in Bellefontaine shaft 10 and 11. I just wanted to appraise with that. You may not be aware of that, but this is an order that was granted against the respondents that you see in that. What I would really request from you, Lieutenant General, is perhaps members who were at the forefront, if we could be assisted with, the observation and in relation to this order that was granted against SAPS and other respondents. I think that will really assist the commission, because the Defence Force supported SAPS on Operation VALA and played that supportive role, and also were given powers to arrest, and if they were attacked, they would have to defend themselves. So I believe playing a supportive role, they were in the vicinity, and when this order was granted, perhaps members of SNDF were privy to these developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've appreciated the opportunity to see the order as indicated by my learned colleague. In this instance, indeed, we are not part of the respondents, and therefore we're not privy to the information. However, we do note the request of the Commission for assistance if there might have been soldiers on the ground in terms of the incident reports that might have been handed down from the Northwest deployment capability that was supporting the SAPS. At this stage, as the Lieutenant General Swangeni indicated earlier on, that he did not find the incident reports. However, you must remember, when there is deployments, it is not the brass or top brass of the Defence Force that deploys on the ground. It is ordinary men of lesser rank at times to the people that are in charge of the operations. And therefore, when it comes to the opportunity to respond to planned issues like the starving of the trapped illegal miners or otherwise, they might not be privy, the men on the ground, but those that are in planning environment, they might have been exposed to it. We will find out to the Commission, and when we do find such incident, we will then come back for a recall to the Commission. I submit, Commissioner.
That will be all from me, Commissioner. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mudise. So in essence, what you're saying, Ntate Mhlauli, is that you will go and solicit information. Chances of another sitting are definitely not possible. So if you do find any information, then we'd request you to have affidavits rather submitted, and of course with anything else that you'd want us to still consider that might crop up from this engagement. I'm now going to request Commissioner Makwasha to then engage.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kunana, as the chair of the panelist. Good afternoon to the Deputy Minister as well as your colleagues. My questions will be general, so Deputy Minister, you will then allocate, or any of your colleagues will be open to answer. I am looking at your response, and I think this would be the last page. It says, discipline as part of the operation was stressed to all members prior to the deployment, and emphasis was put on humanly treatment of civilians at all times. And I'm going to pause it there. And first, before I even go into the question, I must acknowledge that there was, during the operation of Operation VALA as well as Prosper, we did not hear of any incidences where your members acted in a violent way towards those who were found underground and those who were part of the community. So we must acknowledge this. I fully understand how the military trains its staff. It's not about dealing with civilians. It's combat ready, defending the borders. So I must acknowledge that perhaps in your training you were able to minimize the combat readiness of your staff. So in terms of the discipline as part of, how did you ensure that, perhaps you can provide us on the training to ensure that the enforcement or the support they provided to SAPS allowed or accounted for treating people with humanity?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, it allowed the members on the ground to treat the citizens with dignity. That is the part where an SAPS officer cannot encroach and say, soldier A or B, you must do 1, 2, 3. On what has been trained on and drilled, soldiers we are rigid, and then we just go as and we stand our ground even at the lowest level where such comes in, and our soldiers as well with the training, or maybe besides the training, the passion on the collective in terms of the people. They will stand for the people, other than if there's something coming which does not feel okay within a particular situation. It is different if and then it is then an instruction. I would equate it to when there was this situation which is said that those who were providing food to those who were underground were then stopped. The soldiers, you will rarely see them there because it's not in their mandate, and it's not what they have been trained for. What we indicated that were drilled to them, they concentrated. The elements that you would have seen until were mainly the military health practitioners, because then anticipating, they were there in the front to support in terms of those who are coming out of the ground. We do really commend our soldiers how they were able to focus on their core business and or tasking in that situation. And even if they were faced, it is complex. The Commission of the Human Rights might be privy in terms of the laws, but an ordinary citizen might not. So our soldiers had to balance that situation, whether it is wrong or incorrect, or not wrong or correct. I'm making an example that ordinary citizens in that area had different opinions. So, you know, soldiers, when they are faced with such, we tend to default to static position until we get guided accordingly. Unfortunately, in the military, your own emotions, or as a soldier, and in many cases, does not play a role. What plays a role is what needs to be done. And it's not something negative. Because if then soldiers, by design, were allowed to have our own motions, well, we will not have those who will sacrifice when they are faced with death or has to sacrifice themselves. It's just our genes. You leave your families, as an example, with COVID, and do they know whether they are going to come back still alive or not? But the soldier will soldier on and go there. He or she might have an opinion of, anyway, my health is not good, I will be. But the tasking says, go and protect the citizens to not go out of the street, and you will be sacrificed, no social distance to you. So it is complex to be in the military or being a soldier. Thank you.
And based on that answer, my question would be, is it not part of treating civilians with humility or treating them as humans when there is observations that persons are not allowed to have water and food being taken down? Is that not, does that fall outside the instruction of treating people as humans or as humanly possible?
Commissioner, I will say it is applicable. However, a soldier is drilled because on that particular situation, yes, it will have been good, but then it means in the next one, the soldier will then apply his or her mind instead of doing what is required. But I have said you will have seen with the medical practitioners, because then they've got the mandate of the military were there, and then means that feeling and passion was there with our soldiers. But amongst us, there are those who have the mandate and skills, and they were there. You will have seen also as well when those were done were being pulled. Right there at the end, who were pulling the ropes was the military, meaning yes, we are human. But within a certain scope, I would say we demonstrated that feeling that this is our people. That's why we're there for our people. Even if it is an illegal immigrant, it's out of it will be declared by the police. And with Operation VALA, our soldiers did all that they could, and they were also acknowledging that we need these people to be alive. It is our people. The legislation will decide, or the courts will decide. So what? If you were also video footage when they were taken to the police station, it was soldiers who were taking them there, very disciplined, even in our vehicles, and then at the police station, and then we leave it to the legislation to take its place.
When does the Constitution of the Republic start being applicable to personnel? Because in terms of the Constitution of the Republic, Section 27, we speak about the right to food. Perhaps I'll give it to, is it Brigadier? Yes, I need to use your correct Brigadier. When does the Constitution start being applicable, especially when you're not in combat mode, when you are within the borders of South Africa and exercising a particular operation? When do we start thinking about the importance of the Constitution?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. At all times, the Constitution, it is the national legislation that is binding to all South African citizens, including also the members of the SANDF. However, when you find yourself in an operational situation, like the Operation VALA UMGODI, the roles and mandates of the individuals participating, they are generic, and you cannot overstep someone else's role. Therefore, if there's a limitation on the Defence Force part to overrule the potential hazardous decisions that have been taken during the operational planning, and they were not visible on the part of the Defence Force, because the Defence Force was only considered only for purposes of support and protection, then it would be very difficult to respond to the question. However, I would submit that there is a planning process, as indicated earlier on in the statement of General Sangwes. During the planning process, this is the process where we anticipate potential risks and incidents that we may encounter, which when a soldier, then scenarios are created for them for purposes of ensuring that they employ principle of proportionality, they employ principle of self-defense, they also employ the principle of minimum force. And in doing that, it is done by means of escalation as the problem is encountered at the time. It's unfortunate at this stage that one would speculate, because there's no specific incident where the SANDF was required to make a call to a situation of saying, SAPS, your decision to say you're going to starve the miners, then it will be taken by the tactical commander on the ground, not the seniors or the top brass that is in the JOC, which is the prof joint and the net joints, as indicated. So soldiers on the ground and also commanders on the ground, which is in this instance, all prosper, the police are the lead, and we're in support. And the role of support will be determined by the lead. So if they say you remain beyond the 100 radius perimeter, whilst the extraction is being conducted in terms of the operation, then the only people on our part as the soldiers, it is the South African Military Health Services, because they're responsible for health issues, psychological and also social issues. And when an illegal miner comes out of the mine, you cannot determine whether it's South African or not South African immediately at the time they're extracted. So as SANDF members who are supporting humanity, if I may place it like that, to ensure that that person, when he's received and processed, the process goes according to the law and safety and humanity of the people. So I wish to be forgiven that I could not have the specificities, but as part of mission readiness and combat readiness of the soldiers, the scenarios that are played, the soldiers, they are aware that as the Defence Force, we have our own court system, where in terms of the military discipline code, if a soldier is found to be contravening or misbehaving during an operation, there are repercussions for the soldiers because they would appear within the military courts. So probably that would be one of the factors that would cause them to be timid when they're exposed to certain instances, because there is always the disciplinary aspects that can be imposed for their behavior if it's reported by their immediate commanders whilst they're on the ground. I submit, Commissioner.
Thank you for the opportunity. With what Jerem Shaul has said, I'm saying one of the difficulties is that this situation or decision is very unique in South Africa. Very much unique. So soldiers on the ground, it will be very difficult to have a position, and the position that requires, it is very unique. When you were speaking about the drilling of mission readiness and combat readiness with scenarios, we will then take it as lessons learned, in terms of scenarios. This one, in particular way, then use it as for training. That if here's a case study, if I can use that, which happened in future as a soldier, these are the guidance that we should maybe hypothetically then we say as seniors come out with your own appreciation, which is also unique in that case. But I think we're not saying no, but it's lessons learned being no soldier could refer to. I remember this is how we handled it. And actually not only the soldiers, many of South Africans, except those who, like your good selves, in this environment, you are able to identify nuances there which can then need to be addressed. I so submit.
Thank you so much. Lift General, my question is, during the Venue Operations Center meetings, was there a discussion about limiting food supply to those who were trapped underground?
I do not have such information, but we can follow up to those who were in the VOC. Thank you, Commissioner.
My last question. When you speak about Prosper and when you speak about VALA, one would hear the two intentions. Perhaps for South Africans and for those of us who are not part of the military, can you please explain what Prosper stands for, or is it just the word Prosper?
Thank you, Commissioner. A code name of Prosper, it is an operation that is more of a contingency planned operation. Contingency in the sense that you play in possible scenarios within your head as South Africans that may occur during a time. For example, you would know that during the period of March, April, you would find a lot of picketing and people go on the ground looking for increment. You play such a scenario and then you create a contingency plan on how you are going to deal with it if it results to crisis. Just like the July 21 unrest, you would see the timidity of the soldiers in reacting then. It had, because it escalated very quickly in terms of the days. When the soldiers then started to react, they managed to have an impact in terms of controlling the situation. So as the situation, as they escalate, there are plans on the ground. Prosper is approved for a period of 12 months. In the 12 months period, this is the period that the president gives to the Defence Force to say, if an unplanned event may occur, Defence Force, we expect you that you must react and assist in support of the police. That is the code name, Prosper. So it does not only just relate to Operation VALA, it could be riots, it could be a situation of the COVID situation that we encountered. It could be any scenario, and therefore there are no specifics on how you would deal, but the lesson will be learned as the challenge or the situation that is being addressed unfolds itself. I submit, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Chair. Given the answer, Chair, I know that I'm looking at my time and I had said we'll be done at a particular time. Given the increase in illegal mining and the fact that the people that are participating in this are using rifles that police officers do not have, when I looked at them, I was quite put ashamed because I that space in terms of, would you think that Prosper needs to go beyond a year, beyond 12 months? And is that discussion happening between yourselves, the state intelligence, state security, as well as SAPS?
Operation Prosper is when it was decided to give it a code name Prosper, it is standing until South Africa, it will never change. Then the content of it is what then, how do we conduct operations in Operation Prosper? It's for internal operations, primarily in support of the SAPS. That's how it is coined in the documents. The issue of now, the SANDF at the highest level of, okay, rather, let me put it this way, with Operation Prosper, the SAPS, the Minister of Police, request support from the Minister of Defense. That's where it comes from. So the police will have exhausted their resources and spend, then they see a need to request the SNDF to support them. With the period of Operation VALA of the SAPS, when we came in, it was already there. When we exited, it is still there. But the situation had at least scaled down, and with our various commitment, we felt that we've done our part, and it was acknowledged that the SAPS can or are now back to be able to handle the situation. You will have also, out of this situation, the SAPS were able to be given about for 3 years, the new police coming in. So the numbers of the SAPS which they required then had scaled down, but it comes at the highest level, like you said, state security and intelligence determine it is back. So then the police might need to request the SANDF to assist. But for now, since then, I think our presence had created a bit of safety, which then the police currently have not indicated that they need the SANDF.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Deputy Minister and the colleagues. I'm covered, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Mr. Dladla.
Thank you, Commissioner. A good afternoon, or is it early evening, generals? I heard yourselves referring to yourselves as generals. I don't know if it's okay for me, or should I say Lieutenant Brigadier or Lieutenant, is it Lieutenant General? Yeah. Which one is the best?
Can say to all of us generals, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a bit disturbed, Commissioner. Maybe it's my comprehension. Can you please just clarify once, is the Defence Force still part of Operation VALA, yes or no?
Currently, the SANDF is not part of Operation VALA because it will be coupled to Operation Prosper. So there is no currently Operation Prosper, which is the code name of the SANDF.
Okay, thank you, General. That makes sense, because my second question was going to be, and I think you partly covered it, that in my understanding is that Operation VALA has all the security cluster, whether it's the SAPS, the state security, as well as yourselves. Now, I wanted to find out, if you may, if you are unable to, then I would understand and appreciate, whose responsibility is it to coordinate the intelligence within the Operation VALA? Is it the SAPS because they have their own intelligence as well? Is it yourselves? Because you also have your own intelligence. There's also the state security agents. So within that, who has the last say on matters of intelligence?
Thank you, Commissioner Dladla. In many documents, if you end up coming to it, in the security cluster of South Africa, the intelligence family are always one. There is intelligence of the military, which is called military intelligence, and then there is state security, SSA, and then there is the SAPS, they call them crime intelligence. But in their work, they work together at all levels. From the province, you'll find that the three are together, because each one will or might have information, then it must be shared with the rest. But the higher order is state security, who then they deliver that intelligence and proposals and how they see the future, and then state security or NECOC will then decide. But in our own environment, our intelligence will tell us, here there's this, here there's this. If and when it's in our scope, then we attend and address it. But then if it requires the three, then they come together and come up with a comprehensive, then who will then be responsible. Yeah, I think it's all three at all times, because each one has a role, and you cannot say, this is mine. It's for everyone, so that it becomes a collective outcome.
Thank you, General. Yesterday, Minister Mantashe did mention, I think it did come out, and we all know the impact of illegal mining in South Africa, and most recently around Gauteng, and also around the Northwest as well. According to you, as the Defense Force, are we winning or are we losing the battle to illegal mining?
This one is difficult, but if we are honest, as South Africans, South Africa is struggling. I'm not sure if it's the correct word. Maybe it is better. South Africa is struggling with primarily affected by illegal cross-border movement inside the country. As an individual, you will wish that if then there is less illegal cross-border movement, what you say is affecting Mr. Mantashe would have not happening or will be better. So until us, in totality, South Africans, find solutions of preventing illegal cross-border movement. One of our standing operations, Operation Corona, where soldiers are there 25 hours a day, continuously. They are there to prevent illegal cross-border movement. If and when, that's my opinion, South Africa can be able to capacitate all security cluster functionaries, then we go out and do what we need to do and reduce. First, those who are inside, who are illegal, go outside, and then very little or no illegal coming in except going through the port of entry legally. Then South Africa will be a bit relaxed. The challenge to me is that the entire South Africa is affected, and we are struggling due to illegal cross-border movement, because when they're inside the country, they tend to do crime. That is my opinion, Commissioner.
Thank you, General. What seems to be the problem then, if I listen to you properly, is the less control or lack thereof control in the borders, but then Why is that so? Because you said it's a military, you said it's an intelligence family. They work together. Why can't they detect it and prevent those movements? Because they add up not only to illegal mining as well as other forms of crime, like you are saying. What is the challenge with the intelligence family?
The intelligence family do inform us at all levels. What is a challenge is the capacity or capacity of maybe the state to have enough capabilities to what the intelligence gave us, and or without the intelligence, if we are able to prevent, then it will be better. That's why I keep on reminding that go into all 7 provinces, there are soldiers 25, I'm not saying 24 hours, 25 hours a day, trying to cover the span of our borders with 7 provinces. South Africa do not have enough currently capacity to the security cluster to be able to seal or stop what is happening.
Thank you, General. Commissioner, I don't know whether I'm not equating it to you, General, to say that South Africans must accept that there's no capacity to fight illegal mining. We must move on and accept it. Now, General, let's just zoom in now to Stilfontein. Do you know how many of your soldiers were present at Stilfontein during that Operation VALA?
Yes, Commissioner, we have, and yeah, we have the numbers, but not with us now. Commissioner, if you can allow me, maybe to, not necessarily saying South Africans must accept. I indicate that South Africans must capacitate. I said security cluster want to do the work. They are passionate, all of us. That's why I'm saying we work 25 hours a day. But if then the tools of trade is the one that I'm saying, if you as a citizen, when you have a chance where you can, convince or make sure that maybe if I narrow it to the soldiers, provide the soldiers with the necessary and adequate capabilities. Capabilities is personnel and equipment. You will rest easy at night, Commissioner.
Thank you, General Sangwen. I'm sorry if it came across as if I said we must just we must rest with that. That's why I addressed Commissioner, so that the inquiry can take that into consideration. The SAPS alleges that they used more than R1 billion in personnel as well as equipment on Operation VALA, I think in the time when Stilfontein happened. Do you have how much you used during the Stilfontein time on Operation VALA on your personnel as well as equipment?
Commissioner, Deputy Minister, we can provide, if it is approved, yes, we can provide after this meeting.
Thank you. I think that's acceptable. In your presentation, General Sangwen, I think it's the second last paragraph, which reads, in execution of operation and as part of ensuring adherence to human rights. I think Commissioner Makwasha did touch on that part. Law enforcement agencies on the ground established designated exit points at mine shafts to allow trapped miners to surface safely for processing. Did you use the word trapped intentionally, or is that how you viewed the situation, that miners were trapped?
for those who were on in that deployment, maybe Stilfontein and in other provinces, the issue of trapped was there. Because there will be those who come out and say voluntarily and say they were trapped and constrained from where they are coming from. So that's why we were saying there are those, when they come in voluntarily, maybe they will not tend to saying we were doing this illegally. They'll say we were trapped. And then that's why we'll then support them as a human being and then attend to them the way, if it's legal, then it will go the prosecution role. But if it's a South African, then so yes, they were being trapped, and they would say themselves that we are trapped. If you remember, with the intelligence, they were now notes being sent, we are held against our will, and so to us, this is when, meaning those who have maybe seen that this is wrong and they are willing to go out, but then they are trapped.
Thank you, General. I understand what you are explaining. The reason why I asked Commissioner is that at some point the police dismantled the pulley, which was used to bring people from out to the ground, to the surface. And people were then expected to come out, which the inquiry has had that it was virtually impossible. And people were refused, and we heard even in the last testimony that police insisted that there will be no food or water or medication taken down, which means then it was virtually impossible for people to come out, and they did not have any means of food or water. So I wanted to distinguish the trapped from the Defence Force, whether it was from within or it was from the SAPS. Just last one, or before two more. One of the mandates of which is Operation Prosper was to fight syndicates, kingpins, and financiers. And in Stilfontein, and a kingpin who went by the name of Tiger was identified. It is alleged that he was in police custody, and then later on he escaped from that. Did you do any follow-up with that since it was part of your mandate on that, or do you have any report? Did you follow it up with the SAPS about it? Because I believe there were 4 members of the SAPS that were charged for his escape.
Thank you, Commissioner. In terms of the media and the news, we are aware of the situation regarding Tiger. However, there was no mandate on the part of the Defence Force to assist, whether in the form of assisting the police in trying to secure back the kingpin into custody, or to assist the police in investigating possibly the whereabouts. When I'm submitting regarding this, it's based on the fact that initially in your question you started with intelligence. And in the Defence Force, any operation that we have to conduct, it must be intelligence driven or based on intelligence. In this instant, there was no request, as would happen for Prosper, that the Minister of Police wrote to the Minister of Defence to say that Defence Force, please, in terms of the assets available at your disposal, can you assist in tracking Tiger? Which I believe that crime intelligence, as the domestic body that is responsible for investigating crime, they have the capacity. At this stage, I do not think that they believe they are overstretched to do that mandate of ensuring public safety to address the kingpin. But however, if the Defence Force disposal might be requested to ensure that it supports, indeed, when that request comes, I'm certain that my principals, they'll be prepared to support, because Prosper supports all state departments, including the SAPS, and the legislative framework also to support the commission in trying to look at the documents. It's section 18 to 20 of the Defense Act 42 of 2002. That is the mandate concerning the employment of the SNDF when it comes to operations internally. I submit.
My last one, Commissioner. Honorable Deputy Minister, am I correct in asserting to the inquiry that when Stilfontein happened, you were in office, you assumed office in July 2024? Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Should I call you General as well? Honorable. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, I'm sorry, just one. It took time for people to be rescued by the state in Stilfontein. Some of the people that came before the inquiry that made submissions state that it was made deliberate so that people could starve, because it had to encompass what one of the cabinet ministers made public statements on, saying that we will not be taking any food down, but we will smoke the criminals out. So the delay, because all of this happened in August. From August, the rescue, the professional rescue, started in January, and it only lasted for 3 days. And all these months, the rescue was only community rescue. Now, I then asked the minister yesterday, why did you resume the rescue, the professional rescue, in January? And he said it was a cabinet order that rescue must begin. Now my question to you, can you qualify or disqualify that? Was there an order at cabinet level, or was there no order at cabinet level to begin the rescue in January in Stilfontein? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, it took time for the rescue to be processed. Remember, there were also allegations at the time that there were kingpins who controlled the situation at the ground level. So people were being instructed to stay there, not by the government, but the kingpins under the ground. So that required a strategy on how to deal with this situation, including intelligence gathering. So when that was reported, there was a decision that in one way or other, we must find a way to make sure that those people come out of the ground. Yes, doing so, it took time.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I don't know if I still have, I can still one. Yeah, just one. I don't know if I can, I welcome the generals as well. Like you said in the engagement, that you've been asked and you always put your lives before for the betterment of the country, and you've done it in dangerous situations, and you even quoted the COVID situation. Now, with everything that happened in Stilfontein, from the mine owners to the police and everyone else that was there, nobody went underground. Nobody verified the information that came from underground. They just took it at face value. As the Defense Force, were you ever at any given point asked if you would be able and willing to go down so that you are able to verify some of the things that we learn about in the media, like the kingpins and everything else? Because I believe you are trained for some of those. Like you said, you are trained for such when people are attacking you.
Commissioner, the SNDF was never requested to go down into the mines. The mandate, if I can use that word, was to support the SAPS and other security cluster functionaries. We are in protection the entire areas. The SNDF was not requested.
Thank you so much. How much time? 5 minutes. That's so unfair. But we shall see. Okay, I'm going to try and use the 5 minutes. What really came out from the engagement, General Sangweni, is that you're saying the soldiers are trained to observe human rights, the dignity is afforded to anyone. It does not matter. There could be illegal immigrants, there could be illegal minors, but you have trained your soldiers in that way. And the Commissioner Makwasha then even amplified it to say, by the way, there's no evidence that has been put before us that says there has been anyone who has been manhandled by soldiers. So I thought I should just put that out there. But here's the thing. Whilst it looks like you might have done a great job, is there then a plan that was thought of as at the time when you decided on VALA UMGODI, prosperous, as you call it, as to when you are no longer there? Because military does not come to stay in any engagement. They are there for a period of time. So when you have moved away, is there a plan that had been thought of that SAPS was then to adopt going forward, and other institutions that are involved?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will say, yes, there is. One of them was the SAPS lacking enough numbers. Over the past 3 years, I think even this year, they got a mandate and funding to get new police, which is increasing the numbers. I think with that, it was indicative that one of the purposes is that they must be able to handle their own requirements accordingly. So yeah, my appreciation is that yes, there is something that happened, because we also wish to get the same as the SAPS in terms of capabilities, both personnel and equipment. At least as a security cluster, we are all together. We will wish the other one good if he or she gets the necessary tools. We also wish to, if it can happen, maybe there'll be much more numbers that are required to assist the police and all other. We're speaking about one Operation Prosper. There's Chariot, there's search and rescue. There's quite a lot that internal in the country the SNDF is faced with, and if we get the tools of trade adequately, we will be able to get our South Africans to sleep at ease.
Now that you say there is a plan, can it be made available? So what I'm looking at is this would have been the plan of VALA UMGODI, and of course when SANDF has vacated Stilfontein, or in particular Stilfontein, as a result of that particular project. So can that be made available?
Commissioner, on this one is just my opinion, saying when the SAPS were able to table the issue of lack of numbers, then they were able to, over a period of 3 years, to have new police coming in, which then from us as the SNDF, or my opinion, is that at least then they will be able to do more on their own, other than when I think our Operation Prosper, it went as far as 3 years supporting the SAPS, but it is not the only requirements for the SNDF. So when things became stable, then we had to withdraw. I was just indicating that the SAPS, my opinion is that with getting the new police, both they are out in those areas. So it means that there was something, as one of the plan. I know that all security cluster departments are requesting and need capabilities. One of them is SAPS, and they did get. And to me, when I see them out there, it means it was part of the plan when they table to National Treasury as examples of they now have to end up depending on the SADF, whilst if they can be provided, because the bulk of it is SAPS issues. Yes.
Can I stop you? The question is simple and really straightforward. Was there a plan? If there wasn't, then you can say so, because from where you started, you said to us a team of different departments came together. They decide on this plan with regard to how is VALA UMGODI going to proceed forward. And if that is the case, one would assume that there's then a plan that is written, which speaks to how do we start, and you spoke about the conduct of your soldiers, how they must carry themselves and so forth. And one would think that there's something out there written which depicts exactly that. But then one would also expect foresight into the future to say, military does not stay for the longest time in any project. Therefore, when we have moved outside that project, what is going to then happen? The reason why I ask you of this, I must just tell you, Deputy Minister and the generals, is that once we would have stopped Stilfontein, then we've got Randfontein has just mushroomed. Now what it says to us is that as a country, really we have not taken lessons from what happened in Stilfontein. We are lacking in ensuring that whatever that has happened before, it's a lesson learned that we can take in moving forward in protecting citizens of our country, because the Act is very clear, or rather the Constitution is very clear, to say we've got that right to social security. And people of Stilfontein don't feel like that. People of Randfontein have experienced the worst circumstances ever. So, but from what you are saying, it looks like you anticipate, and you are saying, that would be a good thing. But that was not my question. And if you're no longer able to engage it, it's fine. Maybe it's something that you can go back and look into, unless you've got something that you still want to say. But please just confine yourself to that question. Is there a plan?
Commissioner, I will say maybe intention was that this reside in the SAPS. From the SANDF, we've got plans, like I say, we've got a lot of operations that we are conducting. When we draw, we continue with other operations. assuming that VALA, the SAPS, with the numbers, they'll be able to. I can not say with conviction that yes, there is a plan or there was a plan thereafter by the SAPS, because we have withdrawn from that space, Commissioner.
So in other words, what you're saying is whilst you would have been part of it, does not look like you played a pivotal role in developing what was to be done and how. Deputy Minister, are you able to engage on this one? Please, briefly.
Say, Commissioner, is that we, as we indicated earlier on, that we play distinct roles. Our role is more limited than SAPS. We focus in the area where we are instructed to do so. SAPS goes beyond that. Therefore, there are roles that there are limitations that do not allow us to go beyond our distinct roles as opposed to SAPS.
Thank you, Minister. And you remind me of an answer we got, I think yesterday, with one, was it yesterday or the day before, of the Department of COSATMA that says that, was it COSATMA? No, it was the, yeah, I think COSATMA said that as well, but DSD is saying we wait. When we are called upon, we show up. Before then, we sit at the back of the seat. Bit worrisome. Is it informed by any legislation that that's how you should proceed, maybe, Deputy Minister? Do you know?
Our soldiers are guided by the guidelines that are instructed to them. Where you sit is what you see. So where the SAPS sits is what they see. We respect each other's role. Otherwise, we don't want a situation where each cluster feels that it is undermined by the other cluster. We are not in conflict, but we stick to our roles. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Anything from yourself, Ntate Mohlauli?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity. The challenge we have, ma'am, is that for fear that one, you might find yourself being in trouble. South Africa must decide what type of defense force that they require. And in doing such, South Africa is a social security state in terms of its focus, and the main crux of its budget goes to there. But if you take defense forces in developed worlds, you find that the core of the budget, at least 1% of the GDP minimum, is supplied to ensure the resourced SANDF of a specific country. At this stage, that is not the position with regard to South Africa due to the shoestring budget. So we plan according to the budget that is available as opposed to plan according to the requirements. So the concerns that you are raising, Commissioner, it's requirements that result to the SANDF even being incapacitated, that it could take some initiatives beyond the constitutional mandate that we have. In the borders, we're supposed to be having over 22 companies of soldiers on the ground. But at this stage, due to the shoestring budget, we have 15 companies on the ground. So 7 companies are not on the ground to ensure that the porousness of the borders, as mentioned earlier on and also by previous members that appeared before the Commission, it needs then that South Africa must decide what type of the defense force they want. Do they want a defense force that is only minimum because we cannot afford it based on the focus of the social security budget, or we want a South Africa that is safe for each South African, that when they sleep at night, they do not experience nightmares? Then the implication is that the defense force must be resourced to ensure that it's able to deliver its constitutional mandate. I will end there. I submit now.
Thank you so much for your response, and thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for those responses. I believe there has been documents that you were made aware that you might need to provide in order to just substantiate your submissions. I would want to really zoom into this to say, whilst you were there as one of the members of the intelligence team, yes, you might not have enough capacity, but then I say to you, you did have enough capacity, because we saw a success in Stelfontein. You were able to address people. But I don't think you are incapacitated in terms of your minds, in terms of thinking ahead, in terms of having a foresight, in terms of having a proper plan that says, if we are no longer there, how do we prevent this from ever occurring, so that we could avoid situations such as Randfontein that have mushroomed. And, you know, we don't know where else, because from what Minister Gwede Mantashe said yesterday, we've got a lot of other mines in the country that we are likely to still experience the same challenges that we had in Stelfontein and in Randfontein, in Barberton. So with that said, thank you, colleagues, for the questions that you have posed. Unless if you want to remind the team any specific thing, but I think that is the end for me this afternoon. Commissioner, do you remember anything that you'd want to mention? No. Mr. Dladla, from yourself, nothing. Let me go to Mr. Modise, from yourself.
Just a reminder, Commissioner, that the submission should be either signed or perhaps one would be, or it's done already. I see indication. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, we had requested Busi to assist, as it Betty rather, to assist and make sure that the names are depicted at the bottom, but then somebody must then append their signature thereon. So if that can just be submitted, that is going to be very helpful. Mr. Stebe? Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of this engagement. Thank you for your patience. Apologies, colleagues, that we have gone a little bit over time. 17:43 is the time. You are excused. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you to the generals. Say this marks the end of this inquiry. We are looking forward to preparing those reports, and we really hope, Commissioner Makwasha says she wants them delivered in April, if she can push it. And if she's not able to, we're looking at the month of May, reason being that that's Labor Month, and it would be relevant for us to have that report, because we can then speak to a number of shortcomings that we have in addressing the labor market in the country. And I don't think we are going to see each other anytime soon. So goodbye and have a lovely evening further. Thank you.